Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. In a faraway kingdom, where the mountains touched the clouds and the valleys were covered in golden flowers, lived Princess Helena, a young girl with honey-colored hair and eyes as green as emeralds. Her life in the castle was peaceful and happy until the day her father, King Theodore, announced that she should marry Prince Richard, heir to the Northern Kingdom, to strengthen the alliance between the two kingdoms. Helena didn't know Prince Richard personally, but she had exchanged letters with him for months, and his kind and intelligent words had gradually won her heart. The prospect of finally meeting him filled her with anticipation and nervousness. For the long journey to the Northern Kingdom, her father had provided a special companion, his beloved horse, Falada, a magical animal that had been a gift from his late mother. Falada was no ordinary horse. His white coat shone like pearls in the sun, and his deep blue eyes held ancient wisdom. Most extraordinary was her ability to speak, a gift she kept secret from almost everyone except Helena. From an early age, the princess and Falada shared conversations and secrets, becoming inseparable confidants. Marta, her personal maid, was assigned to accompany her on the journey. Marta was an ordinary-looking young woman, with black hair always tied up in a severe bun and brown eyes that hid an unbridled ambition. For years, she served Helena, silently observing the privileges and luxuries of royal life, nurturing an envy that grew day by day. On the morning of her departure, Helen's queen mother, who had died some years before, made herself present with 3 special objects: a handkerchief embroidered with 3 drops of her blood, the horse Falada, and a golden amulet that was to protect her daughter during the journey. "Guard these gifts with your life," the queen had said on her deathbed, "for they carry ancient and powerful magic." The entourage set off at dawn, with Helen riding Falada and Marta on a common horse. The first few hours of the journey went smoothly, with the 2 women passing through green fields and small villages. Helena chatted animatedly with Falada in whispers, while Marta rode a few paces behind, her face a mask of false submission. It was during the first rest stop, near a crystal-clear stream, that Marta's true intentions began to reveal themselves. As Helena bent down to get a drink of water, the precious handkerchief slipped out of her dress. Marta, who was watching attentively, quickly picked it up and hid it in her own clothes. "My princess," said Martha in a honeyed voice, "are you thirsty? Allow me to fetch you some water." Helena, in her natural kindness, accepted the offer. As she bent down to receive the glass of water from her maid's hands, Marta seized the moment to snatch the golden amulet from Helena's neck. The princess, realizing the betrayal, tried to react, but Marta had already pulled out a dagger she had been hiding. "Now listen to me carefully, princess," whispered Marta with venom in her voice. "From now on, we'll change places. You will wear my simple clothes, and I will wear your royal robes. If you dare tell anyone the truth, this dagger will find your heart before you can finish your sentence." Helena, trembling with fear and surprise, looked to Falada for help. The horse advanced a few steps, but Marta was quicker, pressing the blade against the princess's neck. "And if this magical horse tries to interfere," she threatened, "I guarantee that your precious neck will be the first to meet my blade." With tears in her eyes, Helena was forced to exchange her fine clothes for Marta's simple attire. The maid, now dressed as a princess, mounted Falada. Despite the animal's silent protests, "Remember," warned Marta, "one word about this, and it will be the end of you. In the northern kingdom, you'll be just a servant, and I'll be the princess everyone expects." The journey continued with the roles reversed. Helena, mounted on the common horse, wept silently as she watched her former maid riding her beloved Falada. The magical horse cast worried glances at its true owner, but was helpless in the face of Marta's threats. As they approached the northern kingdom, Helena's anxiety grew. How could she bear to see her maid marry Prince Richard? How could she live a life of servitude in the kingdom she was supposed to rule alongside her true love? Only Falada knew the truth, but even he was under constant threat from the cruel Marta. The sun was beginning to set when they saw the first towers of the castle of the northern kingdom on the horizon. Helena knew that, from that moment on, her life would change forever. Her heart was heavy with the weight of the secret she was forced to keep, but a small flame of hope still burned in her chest. Perhaps, somehow, the truth would find a way to come out. As they rode through the last fields before the castle, Helena whispered an ancient prayer her mother had taught her, asking for strength to face the difficult days ahead. The wind carried her words across the golden fields, and for a brief moment it seemed that even nature shared her sadness. The sun had already set when the entourage finally crossed the gates of the northern kingdom. The torches lit along the castle walls cast dancing shadows on the ancient stones, creating a spectacle that, in other circumstances, would have delighted Helen. Now, however, every step towards the castle only increased her despair. In the main courtyard, a small crowd was anxiously awaiting the arrival of the future princess. Prince Richard himself was there, tall and elegant in his royal blue robes, his eyes anxiously scanning the entourage in search of the one with whom he had exchanged so many affectionate letters. Helena felt her heart squeeze when she saw him for the first time, recognizing in him the same kindness that came through in his letters. Marta, displaying a studiedly graceful posture on Falada, dismounted with the help of two page boys. Her triumphant smile could barely disguise the glint of greed in her eyes. When Prince Richard approached to kiss her hand, Helena, standing in the back as a simple servant, watched the scene with a mixture of horror and sadness. "Welcome to the northern kingdom, my princess," said Richard, his voice soft, just as Helena had imagined it from the letters. "I hope the journey wasn't too tiring." "Not at all, my prince," replied Marta, imitating the refined manners she had observed in Helena over the years. "The journey was uneventful, especially with this magnificent horse." Falada, upon hearing these words, shook her head in obvious displeasure, but only Helena noticed her gesture of protest. The magical horse cast a meaningful glance at its true owner, as if asking forgiveness for not being able to reveal the truth. In the days that followed, Helena was assigned to work in the stables and later as a goosekeeper in the castle grounds. Marta, fearing that the closeness between Helena and Falada might expose her secret, quickly orchestrated a cruel plan. "My beloved prince," she said one morning, her honeyed voice hiding her true intentions, "that white horse, though magnificent, has proved dangerously temperamental. I fear for my safety and suggest that he be sacrificed." Ricardo, although surprised by the request, didn't want to upset his fiancée. He ordered Falada to be taken to the slaughterhouse, much to the dismay of Helena, who watched helplessly as her most faithful friend was led away to his death. The night before the execution, Helena managed to sneak out to the stables. She found Falada in his stall, his blue eyes shining sadly in the darkness. "My dear friend," she whispered through her tears, "forgive me for not being able to save you." "Don't cry, my princess," Falada replied softly. "Even after my death, I will continue to watch over you. Ask the executioner to fix my head on the great portal through which you pass every day with the geese. That way, I'll still be able to see you and, perhaps, help you when the time is right." The next morning, mustering all her courage, Helena approached the executioner. She offered him a small gold coin that she had kept with her, begging him to grant her request to fix Falada's head on the portal. The man, moved by her tears and attracted by the coin, agreed. From that day on, every morning when Helena passed the gate leading the geese to the fields, she exchanged words with Falada's head. "Ah, Falada, you're hanging there." And the head would reply, "Ah, young princess, you pass this way." If your mother knew of your misfortune, her heart would break without mercy. A young shepherd named Conrad, who often took his flock to graze in the same fields as Helen, began to notice these strange conversations. He also noticed something else. Helena's long, honey-colored hair shone like gold in the morning sun, and when she combed it, little winds would appear out of nowhere, carrying leaves and flowers through the air. There was something magical and noble about this simple goosekeeper, something that didn't match her apparent position. Conrad began to observe her more closely, intrigued by the mystery surrounding her. Meanwhile, in the castle, Marta continued her farce, but was beginning to show signs of nervousness. She couldn't reproduce Helen's natural grace, and her replies to the letters mentioned by Richard sounded empty and confused. The prince, although kind, was beginning to notice small inconsistencies in his fiancée's behavior. One afternoon, while Helena was tending the geese, a particularly strong wind tore off the scarf she was wearing to hide her hair. The golden locks danced in the air, catching the sunlight in a way that seemed supernatural. Conrad, who was watching the scene from afar, decided he could no longer keep his suspicions to himself. The young shepherd began to ask discreet questions among the castle servants, collecting small details about the arrival of the princess and her mysterious maid. Little by little, a bigger picture began to form in his mind, a picture that suggested something was very wrong at the court of the Northern Kingdom. What Conrad didn't yet know was that his investigations would end up playing a crucial role in revealing the truth. For now, he continued to watch silently as Helena went about her daily routine, finding solace only in her brief moments with Falada's head, and in the increasingly faint hope that one day the truth would come out, Conrad's suspicions grew each day he watched Helena in the fields with the geese. His discreet investigations led him to discover more intriguing details about the arrival of the supposed princess and her servant. During his conversations with other castle servants, he noticed that many also found something strange about the behavior of the prince's fiancée. One particularly cold morning, while Helena was passing through the gate with her geese, her usual conversation with Falada was interrupted by an unexpected sound. Prince Richard was walking through the nearby gardens, and for the first time heard the strange exchange of words between the goosekeeper and the horse's head. Intrigued, the prince hid behind a pillar to take a closer look. There was something familiar in the melodious voice of the young woman talking to the horse's head, something reminiscent of the tone of the letters he had enjoyed so much. His eyes widened at the sight of Helena's golden hair shining in the dawn light, a far cry from the austere appearance of his fiancée. Conrad, who was also witnessing the scene, noticed the prince's presence and decided it was time to share his discoveries. He discreetly approached Richard and, bowing respectfully, asked for a private audience. In the royal office, Conrad related his observations of the last few days. Helena's strange powers over the wind, her conversations with the horse's head, and the natural nobility that emanated from her simplest gestures. The prince listened attentively, connecting these details with the inconsistencies he had noticed in his fiancée's behavior. "There's something else, Your Highness," said Conrad hesitantly. The older servant's comment that the false princess shows ignorance of events mentioned in the letters that Your Highness and the real princess exchanged. Ricardo felt his heart squeeze. The doubts he had tried to ignore were now taking on form and substance. He decided that he had to find out the truth, but carefully, so as not to alert the impostor. Meanwhile, in the fields, Helena continued her work with the geese, unaware of the discoveries being made. Her only company, apart from the birds, was a little boy called Lucas, the son of one of the cooks, who helped her with her daily chores. Lucas had grown fond of Helena, enchanted by the stories she told him during long afternoons in the fields. One day, while playing with a golden feather he had found, he made an innocent remark that would have great consequences. "You know, Helena," he said, "you talk like the people in the castle, not like the other servants. And when you tell stories about queens and princesses, it sounds like you were really there." Helena felt a shiver run down her spine. Before she could reply, she noticed movement in the nearby bushes. It was Marta, who had apparently chosen that moment for a stroll through the castle gardens. The false princess's face was livid with anger. She had heard the boy's comment and feared that her lies were beginning to fall apart. That evening, Marta summoned Helena to her chambers. "You're getting careless, you fool," hissed Marta, once again holding the dagger she always carried. "Maybe it's time to make sure you can never tell stories to anyone again." But before Marta could do any harm, a firm knock sounded on the door. It was Prince Richard, accompanied by Conrad and some guards. The shepherd had witnessed Marta dragging Helena into the castle, and, fearing for the safety of the goosekeeper, had warned the prince. "My dear bride," said Ricardo with studied calm, "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." His eyes traveled around the room, Noticing the dagger in Marta's hand and the fear in Helena's eyes, Marta tried to hide the weapon, but it was too late. In her haste, she dropped the handkerchief embroidered with the 3 drops of blood of Helena's queen mother. The precious fabric slid across the floor to the prince's feet. Interesting, murmured Richard, picking up the handkerchief. This embroidery bears the royal seal of the southern kingdom. How could an ordinary maid have obtained such a gem? Just then, a strong wind blew through the open window, ruffling Marta's carefully tidied hair and loosening Helena's golden locks. The contrast between the 2 women had never been so evident. Lucas, who had followed the group to the castle, snuck into the room and ran to embrace Helena. "Tell the truth," he whispered. "Tell it like in your stories, where good always wins in the end." Helena looked at the prince's gentle face, Conrad's encouraging smile, and Lucas's hopeful expression. Finally, her eyes found the quivering dagger in Marta's hand. It was time to choose between fear and the truth. "I am Helena, the true princess of the southern kingdom," she declared, her voice gaining strength with every word. "And this woman, my former servant, forced me to change places with her under threat of death." The silence that followed her statement was broken only by the clang of the dagger falling to the ground as the guards finally overpowered Marta. The false princess, seeing her plan fall apart, began shouting desperate accusations, but her words rang hollow in the face of Helena's natural dignity. In the days that followed the revelation of the truth, the castle of the Northern Kingdom underwent a profound transformation. Martha was immediately imprisoned in the dungeons, awaiting trial for her crimes, while Helena was restored to her true position as princess. Prince Richard, deeply ashamed of not realizing the deception beforehand, devoted himself entirely to compensating Helena for the suffering she had endured. News of Helena's true identity spread quickly throughout the kingdom. The castle servants, who had always noticed something special about the gentle goosekeeper, now bowed respectfully when she passed by. Lucas, the cook's little son, was appointed the princess's personal page, a reward for his loyalty and friendship during the difficult days. Conrad, whose careful observations had been instrumental in unmasking Marta, was promoted to royal advisor, a position he accepted with humility. His meticulous investigations had revealed that Marta had not acted alone. She had accomplices among some of the castle's servants who had helped her maintain her charade. One morning, while walking through the gardens with Richard, Helena stopped in front of the portal where Falada's head was still attached. Silent tears streamed down her face as she gently touched her former friend's muzzle. "Falada always knew the truth," she said softly. "He tried to protect me to the end, even when he could no longer speak openly." Ricardo, moved by the pain in his voice, made a solemn promise. "I will have a memorial built in Falada's honor in the castle gardens. His sacrifice and loyalty will never be forgotten." Falada's head, as if responding to the prince's words, glowed softly in the sunlight. Helena could have sworn she saw one last smile in her friend's eyes before the magical glow that kept him conscious finally faded. His mission accomplished, King Theodore, Helena's father, was immediately informed of the events. His fury at the treatment of his daughter was only appeased by the news that she was now safe and that justice would be done, he left immediately for the northern kingdom, bringing with him documents and witnesses who could confirm Helen's true identity. During Marta's trial, which took place in the great hall of the castle, several truths came to light. The former maid, confronted with evidence of her betrayal, finally confessed how she had planned her usurpation for years, studying Helena's ways and gathering information that could make her farce convincing. "I always wanted to be more than just a servant," Marta declared, her bitter voice echoing through the hall. Why should she have everything just because she was born a princess? Helena, sitting next to Ricardo during the trial, felt a mixture of pity and disappointment for her former servant. "True nobility is not in blood or title," she said, her voice clear and firm, "but in the actions and heart of each person." The royal council, presided over by King Theodore and the nobles of the northern kingdom, deliberated at length on Martha's fate. For her crimes of treason, threatening the life of the princess and usurping royal identity, she was condemned to perpetual exile, to live out the rest of her days in a distant land beyond the seas. While Marta was being taken away to serve her sentence, Helena dedicated herself to making up for lost time with Richard. The letters they had exchanged took on new life in their conversations, and the love that had been born through written words blossomed even stronger in their daily coexistence. The prince discovered that the real Helena exceeded all his expectations. Her strength in the face of adversity, her compassion even for those who had wronged her, and her natural wisdom charmed him more and more. The afternoons she had spent tending the geese had not diminished her regal grace. On the contrary, they had only increased her understanding of the lives of the ordinary people of the kingdom. Lucas remained a constant presence in Helena's life, now no longer as a little companion in the fields, but as a dedicated apprentice in the arts of the court. The princess made a point of continuing to tell him stories, but now her tales had a different flavor. They were stories of perseverance, of justice, and of how the truth, however long it takes, always finds its way. One day, while supervising the construction of Falada's memorial in the gardens, Helena found something extraordinary: a small sprout growing exactly where the magical horse's last tears had fallen. As the days went by, the sprout grew into a tree with silver flowers, whose petals, the gardener said, shone under the moonlight like Falada's hair. This discovery seemed like a sign from heaven, a blessing for the future that lay ahead. Helena and Ricardo's wedding was scheduled for the next full moon, when the magic tree's flowers would be in full bloom. Preparations began immediately, with envoys going out to all the allied kingdoms with ornate invitations. The story of the princess who became a goosekeeper and regained her throne thanks to the loyalty of a magical horse, the friendship of a child, and the shrewdness of a shepherd began to spread throughout the lands. Bards composed songs about his journey, and mothers told his story to their children before bed, a reminder that truth and goodness always prevail. On the eve of the royal wedding, the northern kingdom was ablaze with celebration. The streets were decorated with silver flowers from the Falada tree, their magical reflections dancing in the twilight. Helena, in her chambers, watched the preparations from the window as she recalled her extraordinary journey from that first day as a goosekeeper to the present moment. Little Lucas ran into the room, his eyes shining with excitement. Princess Helena, you must see. More guests have arrived from the southern kingdom. She smiled, taking the boy's hand and walking out onto the balcony. Indeed, a new caravan was crossing the castle gates, bringing more friends and family to celebrate the union of the two kingdoms. Among the new arrivals, Helena recognized her old tutor, Lady Beatrice, who had taught her etiquette and history since childhood. The sight of the old woman brought tears to her eyes, tears of joy, so different from those she had shed during her trying days. Conrad, now in his official robes as a royal advisor, coordinated the reception of the guests with admirable efficiency. His perspicacity, which had once served to uncover the truth about Martha, was now proving equally valuable in the castle's administration. He had become one of the most respected members of the court, proving that true nobility comes from character, not birth. On the morning of the wedding, while the first lights of day were still painting the sky, Helena paid one last visit to the spot where Falada's memorial had been built. The magical tree that had grown there was covered in flowers, as if Falada himself wanted to present his princess with a gift on her special day. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, making the silver petals dance in the air. "Thank you, my faithful friend," whispered Helena, touching the trunk of the tree. For a moment, she thought she heard Falada's distant neighing in the wind, a final blessing from her magical protector. The great hall of the castle was transformed for the ceremony. Gold and blue tapestries, representing the colors of the two kingdoms, covered the walls. Enchanted crystals floated in the air, filling the room with a soft, ethereal light. The guests began to arrive, nobles from all the neighboring kingdoms, each bringing gifts and good wishes for the bride and groom. Lucas, proud in his new royal pageboy uniform, led the guests to their seats with a dignity that made Helena smile. The boy had grown up a lot since his days in the fields with the geese, but he retained the same purity of heart that had made him see through appearances and recognize the real princess beneath the imposed disguises. When the time came for the ceremony, Helena walked down the center aisle of the hall, wearing a dress that combined the simplicity she had learned to value with the elegance of her royal position. Tiny silver flowers from the Falada arbor were entwined in her golden hair, shining like stars. Ricardo, waiting at the altar, felt his heart race at the sight of her. In the months since the truth had been revealed, his love for Helena had only grown stronger. He admired not only her beauty, but her strength, her compassion, and her wisdom, qualities that no impostor could ever emulate. King Theodore, with tears in his eyes, led his daughter to the altar. Along the way, Helena saw familiar faces, the castle servants who had been kind to her in her days as a goosekeeper, the nobles who had helped her regain her rightful place, and even some of the geese, which Lucas had insisted on bringing to the ceremony, properly behaved in a small decorated pen in the garden. During the exchange of vows, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The flowers on the Falada tree, which had been used for decoration, began to emit a soft silver glow. It was as if the ancient magic that had protected Helena during her journey was manifesting its approval of the union. The banquet that followed the ceremony was a celebration of the union, not just of two hearts, but of two kingdoms. Historians present commented that they had never seen an alliance strengthened in such a unique way through hardship, truth, and true love. Conrad, in his speech as royal advisor, recalled the extraordinary story he had witnessed. Today we celebrate not just a wedding, he said, but the triumph of truth over deceit, of goodness over unbridled ambition, and of love over fear. As the night wore on, Helena and Ricardo danced under the stars in the castle garden near the Falada tree. The soft music mingled with the whisper of the silver leaves, creating a magical melody that seemed to tell their story for generations to come. You know, said Helena, resting her head on Ricardo's shoulder, when I was looking after the geese, I dreamed of this moment, but I feared it would never come true. Now I understand that every trial I've faced has made me stronger, more worthy of the love we share. Ricardo gently kissed her forehead. You've always been worthy, my dear. Every letter we exchanged, every word we wrote, revealed your true heart, something no disguise could hide. Lucas, who had fallen asleep in a nearby chair, smiled in his sleep, probably dreaming of the new stories that would be born of this day. Helena knew that her own story would continue to be told, not just as a fairy tale, but as a testament to the power of true love and the importance of staying true to yourself, no matter the circumstances. And so, under the glow of the stars and the magical flowers of Falada, a new chapter began in Helena and Ricardo's story, a chapter of love, truth, and magic, which would continue to inspire hearts for many generations to come. The sun was setting on the horizon, painting the skies of ancient China with shades of red and gold reminiscent of the flames that almost consumed the world. Hu Yi, the most skilled archer in the celestial realm, watched the only remaining sun complete its daily journey, remembering the events that changed the fate of humanity forever. His fingers instinctively caressed the familiar texture of his bow, while his thoughts wandered to the days when 10 blazing suns threatened to turn the earth into a lifeless desert. In their modest mountain home, his wife Chang'e was preparing afternoon tea, her movements as graceful as the dance of cherry blossoms in the wind. The soft scent of jasmine filled the room, mingling with the breeze coming through the rice paper windows. It was hard to believe that, just a few months earlier, that same air was so hot that it burned the lungs of anyone who dared to breathe. Still thinking about that day? Chang'e asked softly, approaching with 2 cups of tea in her hands. Her dark eyes reflected the concern she felt for her husband, who carried the weight of his actions like an invisible cloak over his shoulders. Hu Yi nodded, accepting the cup she offered him. How could I not think? 9 heavenly brothers, 9 divine lives that I had to extinguish to save countless others. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing the depth of her anguish. The couple remained in contemplative silence, watching the first stars appear in the twilight sky. In a small carved wooden chest, carefully stored in their bedroom, lay the reward Hu Yi had received from the celestial empress the elixir of immortality, a gift that, although valuable, weighed on their consciences like a cursed precious stone. In the days following the great hunt of the suns, rumors began to spread about the existence of the elixir. Whispers in the village streets, covetous glances from strangers who passed their house, shadows that seemed to follow them when they went to the market. The threat was silent, but it grew like weeds after the rain. Chang'e watched her husband with growing concern. Every day, new stories reached her ears about bandits and warlords planning to steal the elixir. Some said that entire armies were mobilizing, waiting for the right moment to strike. The peace they had longed for after saving the world seemed more and more distant. One night, while Huyi slept, Chang'e was startled awake by a noise coming from the garden. Through the silver moonlight, she saw shadows sneaking between the trees. Her heart raced as she realized that her fears were coming true. Quietly, she got up and went to the chest where the elixir was kept. Her hands trembled as she held the delicate bottle containing the golden liquid. Years of love and dedication to her husband weighed heavily on her heart against the responsibility she felt to protect something so powerful. The voices of the invaders approaching the house echoed in her ears like a dark omen. In a moment of crystal clarity, Chang'e understood what she needed to do. With silent tears streaming down her face, she woke Hoyi with a gentle touch. "My love," she whispered, "forgive me for what I'm about to do. It's the only way to keep the elixir out of the wrong hands." Before Hoyi could react, Chang'e brought the bottle to her lips and drank its contents in a single gulp. Immediately, an ethereal light began to emanate from her body, and she felt lighter than air. Huyi, now fully awake, stretched out his arms to reach her, but his fingers only passed through the luminous form of his beloved. "Chang'e," he shouted, his voice filled with despair and disbelief. The invaders, alerted by the shout, burst through the door, only to witness the moment when Chang'e began to float towards the night sky. As she ascended, Chang'e kept her eyes fixed on her husband's, trying to memorize every detail of his beloved face. The wind whispered old songs of love and loss in her ears as the distance between them grew inexorably. The moon, big and bright in the sky, seemed to be calling her, offering a refuge for her lonely eternity. The bandits, realizing they had arrived too late, fled into the night, leaving Huyi alone with his pain. He remained in the garden until dawn, his bow forgotten at his side, watching the moon where his beloved would now dwell forever. On the horizon, the single sun he had spared began its daily journey, a constant reminder of the price they had both paid for the good of humanity. On the moon, Chang'e found an unexpected companion, a jade rabbit, eternally busy preparing the elixir of immortality in its celestial pestle. The rhythmic sound of his work became the music that filled his lonely nights as he watched the earth spinning below, so close and yet eternally out of reach. Thus began the legend of Chang'e, the Lady of the Moon, whose sacrifice for the greater good eternally separated her from her beloved Huyi. Her story would become an eternal reminder that sometimes the truest love manifests itself not in unity, but in the sacrifice necessary to protect those we love and the world we share. The weeks after Chang'e's ascent to the moon were a blur of pain and regret for Hou Yi. The silence in her home was deafening, every corner still echoing with memories of her beloved. The teacups she used to prepare remained untouched, covered in a fine layer of dust, as he didn't have the heart to move them from where she had last left them. During the day, Hou Yi wandered through the fields and mountains he had once traversed, with his bow, hunting and protecting the nearby villages. Now, the instrument that had made him famous rarely left its corner on the wall. His hands, once firm and precise, trembled slightly when he touched the bowstring, as if the object itself shared his sadness. The villagers, who had once revered him as a hero, now watched him with a mixture of pity and silent respect. Some of the elders left offerings on his doorstep, bowls of rice, fresh fruit, jasmine tea, but Hou Yi barely touched the food. His appetite, like his will to live, seemed to have risen to the moon, along with Chang'e. One night, while gazing at the full moon from his garden, Hou Yi noticed a familiar figure approaching. It was the old sage of the mountain, an old man who had long served as a counselor and healer for the inhabitants of the region. His eyes, although clouded by age, still shone with an ancient wisdom. Grief can be a treacherous companion, young archer, said the old man, taking a seat next to Hou Yi. It promises comfort in the familiar presence of pain, but ends up imprisoning us in a cage of our own construction. Hou Yi turned his gaze to the old man, his words touching something deep in his broken heart. How can I move on when every breath reminds me of her, when every glance at the night sky shows me what I've lost? The wise old man smiled gently, his wrinkled fingers tracing patterns in the damp earth. Your wife didn't choose her fate out of whim or cowardice. She made a sacrifice not only for the greater good, but also for you. Honoring her memory means living the life she protected with such love. The elder's words pierced the fog of sadness that enveloped Hou Yi. For the first time since Chang'e's departure, he began to consider his own role in the story that was still being written. His beloved had become an eternal guardian, protecting the elixir of immortality from the wrong hands. Shouldn't he also find a purpose that honored his sacrifice? In the days that followed, Hou Yi slowly began to emerge from his cocoon of sadness. He returned to practicing with his bow, although each arrow he shot still carried the weight of his memories. He began teaching young archers in the village, sharing not only his skills with the bow, but also the lessons of honor, sacrifice, and love that his story with Chang'e had taught him. In the evenings, when the moon shone brightest, Hou Yi would sit in his garden and talk to Chang'e, telling him about his day, about his students' progress, about the small changes in the village. Sometimes, when the night breeze blew gently, he could swear he heard her laughter on the wind or felt the soft touch of her hand on his face. The jade rabbit, Chang'e's faithful companion on the moon, watched these nocturnal conversations as he continued his eternal work of preparing the elixir. The rhythmic sound of his celestial pestle became a kind of background music for the words of love and longing that Hou Yi sent to the heavens. One day, while training a particularly promising group of young archers, Hou Yi noticed something different in the air. A heavenly messenger, shining with a light of its own, descended from the heavens, bringing news of the heavenly empress. Silence fell over the training ground as everyone watched the ethereal figure approach. Hu Yi, the great archer, announced the messenger, his voice resounding like crystal bells. The heavenly empress has observed your pain and your strength. She has seen how you have honored your beloved's sacrifice and how you continue to serve humanity despite your loss. Hu Yi's heart raced, a mixture of hope and apprehension growing in his chest. The messenger continued, in recognition of your nobility and Chang'e's sacrifice, the Empress has decreed that once a year, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you may visit your beloved on the moon. The news spread quickly through the village and beyond. People began to prepare for what would become one of the most beautiful celebrations in Chinese culture. Lanterns were hung, mooncakes were prepared, and stories about the eternal love between Hou Yi and Chang'e began to be told in every home. As the date of the festival drew closer, Hu Yi felt his heart lighter than it had been in months. The prospect of seeing Chang'e again, even for a brief moment, gave new meaning to each day. He began to look at the moon with new eyes, no longer just as a symbol of his loss, but as a reminder of the strength of true love and the power of sacrifice for the greater good. The arrival of the Mid-Autumn Festival transformed the landscape of ancient China. Everywhere, red lanterns decorated the streets and houses, their lights dancing like little earthly stars. The air carried the sweet scent of mooncakes, prepared with dedication by families celebrating the promise of reunion between lovers separated by fate. Hou Yi watched the preparations with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. His students, realizing the importance of the moment, had offered to help with the rituals necessary for his temporary ascension. The old sage of the mountain supervised everything, ensuring that every detail was in accordance with the heavenly messenger's instructions. Remember, said the old man as he lit incense on a makeshift altar, time on the moon flows differently. What will seem like a night to us here on earth will be like a precious moment suspended in eternity for you two. As the full moon began its ascent over the horizon, bigger and brighter than anyone had ever seen, Hu Yi felt an ancient and powerful energy envelop him. His body began to feel lighter, and a golden light similar to the one that had enveloped Chang'e on his departure now surrounded him. The ascent was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was like floating on a river of silver light while the stars danced around him. The air became thinner, but Hou Yi felt no lack of oxygen. A deep peace enveloped him, as if every moment of pain and loneliness from the last few months was being washed away by the moonlight. When his feet touched the lunar surface, Hou Yi was momentarily dazzled by the ethereal beauty of the place. The ground glowed with a soft jade hue, and on the horizon, crystal palaces reflected the light of the stars in thousands of different colors. The silence was absolute, but somehow comforting. It was then that he saw her. Chang'e was more beautiful than in his memories, her figure emanating a soft light, and her black hair dancing in a non-existent breeze. Beside her, the jade rabbit momentarily interrupted his eternal work, his glowing eyes watching the lovers reunite. My love, whispered Chang'e, his voice carrying the echo of eternity. You've come. Hou Yi ran towards her, his arms closing around her in an embrace that tried to make up for all the months of separation. Silent tears streamed down both their faces, but they were tears of joy, no longer of sadness. "I've missed you so much," said Hu Yi, her voice choked with emotion. "Every day without you was like an endless winter." Chang'e smiled, gently touching her husband's face. "I watched you every day, my dear. I saw your pain, your growth, and how you honored our love by teaching others the value of sacrifice and courage." The jade rabbit approached silently, offering them a small table with tea and heavenly mooncakes. The aroma was both familiar and unlike anything Hu Yi had ever experienced, as if the stars themselves had been distilled into a drink. As they shared this heavenly meal, Chang'e told Hu Yi about his life on the moon. She talked about the peace she found in her role as guardian, about the silent conversations with the jade rabbit, and about how every night she sent her blessings to Earth through the moonlight. "It's not as lonely an existence as you might think," she explained, her fingers intertwined with his. "Every ray of moonlight that touches the Earth carries a bit of my love for you and for the humanity we are sworn to protect." Hu Yi talked about her students, about how their story had spread and inspired others to make sacrifices for the common good. He talked about the changes in the village, about how people now celebrated their love as a symbol of hope and devotion. Time seemed to flow differently on the moon, as the wise old man had warned. Moments stretched out like eternities, and hours passed like seconds. Starlight danced around them, creating patterns that told ancient stories of love and sacrifice. "Even separated by distance," said Chang'e, "our love continues to grow and inspire others. Perhaps this is the true purpose of our destiny, to show that true love transcends even the barriers between heaven and earth." The jade rabbit, who had returned to his eternal work, was making soft music with his pestle, a melody that seemed to lull the universe into a cosmic dance. Hu Yi and Chang'e danced under the stars, their movements in perfect harmony with the celestial rhythm. As their time together came to an end, there was no sadness in their hearts, only a deeper understanding of the meaning of their love and sacrifice. Chang'e gently kissed Hoyi's lips, a kiss that carried the promise of future meetings and eternal love. "Take the moonlight with you," she whispered, "and know that on every clear night, when I look up at the sky, I will be looking back at you, my beloved archer." Hu Yi felt the same golden energy begin to envelop him again, signaling that it was time to return to Earth. His last glimpse was of Chang'e, radiant in her immortal beauty, alongside the faithful jade rabbit, both waving goodbye as he gently descended back into the mortal world. By the time Hu Yi returned to Earth, the Mid-Autumn Festival had turned into an even more meaningful celebration. The people of the village, who had witnessed his ascent to the moon, eagerly awaited his return. Still lit lanterns, illuminating the night with a welcoming glow. The old sage of the mountain was the first to welcome him, his wise eyes shining with curiosity and understanding. In the days that followed, Hu Yi noticed a profound change in himself. The pain of separation, although still present, had transformed into something softer, more meaningful. Every time he looked at the moon, he saw not just the place where his beloved lived, but a reminder of the transformative power of true love. The archer began to devote more time to teaching, sharing not only archery techniques, but also the lessons he had learned on his journey. His students, now more numerous than ever, came from far and wide, attracted not only by his legendary skill with the bow, but also by the wisdom that emanated from his words. True power lies not in the strength of the arm that draws the bow, he would tell his young apprentices, but in the strength of the heart that guides the arrow. His words carried the weight of experience, tempered by the love and sacrifice that had shaped his life. One particularly meaningful afternoon, while supervising the training, Huyi noticed a young woman among his students who reminded him of a Chang'e. She had the same determination in her eyes, the same gentle but resolute spirit. Her name was Mei Ling, and she had traveled from far away after hearing the story of the archer and his beloved on the moon. Master Huyi, said Mei Ling, after a training session, the people in my village tell different versions of your story. Some speak only of the sadness of separation, others of the heroism of defeating the 9 sons. But what is the real lesson we must learn? Huyi reflected for a moment, watching the sun set over the horizon. The real lesson, Mei Ling, is that love is not measured by physical proximity, but by the depth of the sacrifice we are willing to make for the sake of those we love and for the greater good. Her words touched something deep in the hearts of everyone present. Over the next few days, more stories began to emerge about how Chang'e's sacrifice and Huyi's devotion had inspired acts of courage and selflessness across China. One particularly touching story came from a distant village where a young girl had risked her life to save children from a fire, citing Chang'e's courage as her inspiration. Elsewhere, a feudal lord, moved by the archer's story, had abandoned his war plans and dedicated his resources to helping those in need. The jade rabbit, watching all this from the moon, shared these stories with Chang'e as she continued her eternal work. She smiled as she saw how her sacrifice had become a source of inspiration and hope for so many. One evening, as Huyi watched his students practicing by the light of the lanterns, the wise old man approached again. Do you realize, he said, that your story with Chang'e has become more than a tale of love? It has become a beacon of light for those who seek to find strength in difficult times. Huyi nodded, deeply understanding the truth in the elder's words. Every time I teach someone to shoot a bow, he replied, I'm not just teaching them a skill. I'm sharing a part of our history, a part of the love that Chang'e and I share. The next festival brought a new tradition to the village. Addition to mooncakes and lanterns, people began to write letters of love, hope, forgiveness, and burn them in small bonfires under the full moon, believing that their words would reach Chang'e, who would bless them with his heavenly grace. Mei Ling, who had become one of Huyi's most dedicated students, organized a special performance during the festival. Together with other archers, she coordinated a demonstration where arrows with miniature lanterns were shot into the night sky, creating a light show that seemed to dance with the stars. Huyi himself, watching the demonstration, felt his heart fill with pride and gratitude. Each little light that rose into the sky was like a messenger of hope, a reminder that even on the darkest nights, love finds ways to light the way. And so the story of Huyi and Chang'e continued to grow and transform. no longer just as a tale of separation and sacrifice, but as a testament to the enduring power of true love and its ability to inspire generations. Each new student who learned the art of the bow, each story shared around the festival bonfires, each gaze directed at the full moon, carried with it a piece of that eternal love that had transcended the barriers between heaven and earth. The years passed like leaves carried by the autumn wind, and Hoi's wisdom grew along with her legend. His hair, once as black as the moonless night, now displayed silver strands that shone like the stars he watched so much. His eyes, although more wrinkled, retained the same intense glow that had captured Chang'e's heart so many years ago. The archery school he had established had become a center of learning not only for martial arts, but also for the deeper lessons of love, sacrifice, and devotion. Mei Ling, now a master archer in her own right, assisted Hu Yi in training the next generation, perpetuating not only the techniques but also the values that had become the heart of his teachings. One particularly meaningful afternoon, while watching her students practice, Hu Yi noticed something different in the air. A gentle breeze carried cherry blossom petals, out of season, dancing in patterns that resembled celestial calligraphy. The old sage of the mountain, now even older, but just as perceptive, appeared silently beside him. "The signs are present, my friend," said the old man, his voice carrying the weight of accumulated wisdom. "The celestial empress has been watching your journey with great interest." That night, as the moon rose over the horizon, a new heavenly messenger descended from the heavens, his light softer than the first who had brought the news of the annual festival. His eyes shone with the compassion of ancient stars, and his voice echoed like distant music. "Hu Yi, guardian of the One Sun," announced the messenger, "your dedication to sharing the lessons of love and sacrifice has touched heavenly hearts. The Empress offers you a choice. You can ascend to the moon permanently, joining Chang'e in immortality, or remain on Earth as guardian of the stories and traditions you have inspired." The silence that followed was as heavy as the morning dew. Everyone present, students, villagers, and even the forest animals, seemed to be holding their breath, awaiting the great archer's decision. Ho Yi closed his eyes, his heart torn between his desire to be reunited with his beloved and his responsibility to those who had trusted in his teachings. It was Mei Ling who spoke first, her voice soft but firm like the string of a well-tensioned bow. "Master, your story with Chang'e has taught us that true love transcends physical distance. Perhaps your true mission is to continue to be the bridge between heaven and earth, just as the moon is the bridge between Chang'e and us." Her words echoed deeply in Hoi's soul. He remembered all the lives that had been touched by his story, all the hearts that had found courage in the example of his love for Chang'e. The heavenly messenger waited patiently, his light pulsing softly like a distant star. "My decision," Hu Yi began, his voice carrying the certainty of one who has found his true purpose, "is to remain here, continuing to share the lessons Chang'e and I have learned on our journey. Our love doesn't need physical proximity to continue inspiring others." The messenger smiled, as if he had expected this answer. The celestial empress foresaw your choice, noble archer. In recognition of your wisdom, she grants you a new gift. From now on, during each mid-autumn festival, not only will you be able to visit Chang'e, but all those whose hearts are truly open to love will be able to glimpse, through the moonlight, the eternal dance of lovers separated by fate. Word spread quickly, and the Mid-Autumn Festival took on a new meaning. People began to look more closely at the moonlight during the celebration, and many swore they saw, on the clearest nights, the silhouettes of Houyi and Chang'e dancing among the clouds, with the jade rabbit beating his pestle to a heavenly rhythm. The years went by, and Houyi grew old with the grace of someone who accepts the natural cycle of life. His teachings were recorded in manuscripts that would be passed down from generation to generation. Mei Ling and other master archers established new schools in different parts of China, each carrying a part of the original story. On his last night on Earth, during a particularly bright mid-autumn festival, Houyi gathered his closest students. With a serene smile, he shared one last lesson. True love is not about possessing or always being together. It is the ability to sacrifice oneself for the greater good, to inspire others to be better, and to find beauty even in separation. That night, legends say, the moon's glow was more intense than ever. When Houyi closed his eyes for the last time, his spirit did not ascend directly to the moon, as many had expected. Instead, he transformed into thousands of tiny lights, like golden fireflies, which spread throughout the world. These lights, the elders say, can still be seen today during the Mid-Autumn Festival, when the love between Houyi and Chang'e is celebrated. They appear as reflections in the lanterns, sparkles in the tears of separated lovers, and sparks of hope in the eyes of those who believe in the transformative power of true love. And so, the story of Houyi and Chang'e lives on, not just as an ancient legend, but as a constant reminder that love, in its purest and highest form, has the power to transcend even the barriers between heaven and earth, inspiring generations to find the courage to make their own sacrifices for the greater good. Night fell over the small town of Ballymoss like a heavy black velvet blanket, bringing with it that peculiar stillness that only the small towns in the Irish countryside know. Seamus O'Brien, a man in his 40s with premature gray hair and tired green eyes, adjusted his security uniform badge as he walked toward the old warehouse where he had worked for 15 years as a night guard. The building, a century-old red brick construction with arched windows, now housed an import and export company. During the day, it was a busy place, full of employees running back and forth with documents and goods. But at night, oh, at night, was Seamus's private kingdom, where only the echo of his footsteps and the occasional creaking of the floorboards broke the silence. That particular night, something in the air felt different. Maybe it was the way the full moon cast long shadows across the dusty windows, or maybe it was that peculiar smell of wet earth that lingered in the room even though it hadn't rained in the last few days. Seamus shook his head, trying to shake off the feeling of restlessness that had accompanied him since he left home. In his small monitoring room, he organized his nightly routine as he always did. Coffee thermoses on the table, flashlight checked, radio communicator tested. He picked up his worn notebook, where he recorded any occurrence during his shift, a habit he maintained more out of stubbornness than necessity, as nothing noteworthy happened rarely. It was during his first round, around 11 p.m., that he noticed the first irregularity. A toolbox that was always kept in the third-floor storage room was inexplicably in the middle of the second-floor hallway. Seamus frowned, trying to remember if an employee could have left it there during work hours. Unlikely. He always did a thorough check before starting his shift, and that box definitely wasn't there before. It must have been Pete, he muttered to himself, referring to the afternoon janitor, although he knew Pete was too meticulous to leave anything out of place. Even so, he placed the box back in its original place and made a note in his notebook. The following hours brought more inexplicable events. A swivel chair that he swore he saw in one room appeared in another. Documents that were perfectly stacked on a table were scattered across the floor, although all the windows were closed, making the wind impossible. Around 3 in the morning, Seamus started hearing sounds. It wasn't the normal noises of an old building settling down, but rather muffled giggling and what sounded like the sound of hooves on the wooden floor. Your first instinct was to call the police, but what would you say? That there was laughter and the sound of hooves in a closed building? It was then that he saw something that made him question his own sanity. In the reflection of one of the windows in the fourth-floor corridor, for a fraction of a second, he thought he saw a creature. It wasn't big, maybe the size of a pony, but its shape seemed to be constantly changing, like smoke dissipating into the air. Seamus knew the old Irish legends well. Her grandmother used to tell stories about magical creatures that inhabited the Green Island long before humans arrived. Among them, he spoke of the puka, a shape-shifting spirit known for its nocturnal antics. The descriptions varied. Sometimes he appeared as a black horse with golden eyes, sometimes as a goat or even a giant rabbit, but it always brought with it an aura of chaos and fun. "Don't be ridiculous," he said to himself, rubbing his tired eyes. "They're just stories for children." But when he returned to his monitoring room, he found his coffee thermos completely empty, although he was sure it was still half full. And next to the thermos, a small puddle of coffee formed the perfect shape of a horseshoe. The rest of the evening passed in a state of nervous anticipation. Seamus spent more time than usual making his rounds, always feeling like something or someone was watching him from the shadows. Occasionally, he caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of his eye. But when he turned around, he found only emptiness. When the sun finally began to rise, turning the sky pink through the warehouse windows, Seamus was exhausted and confused. His notebook, normally filled with 2 or 3 lines a night, now contained pages of unexplained occurrences. As he waited for the morning shift to arrive, he contemplated whether he should mention anything about the night's events. He decided not to. Who would believe a story about a folk spirit getting up to mischief in a modern warehouse? As he left the building, however, he was sure he heard one last giggle, followed by the distinct sound of retreating hooves. And there, near the staff entrance, stood a single coal-black feather, shimmering with an unearthly glow in the morning light. Seamus took it, putting it in his uniform pocket. Something told him that his work routine was about to change drastically, and as he walked home under the morning sky, he couldn't help but smile, thinking that maybe, just maybe, his grandmother's stories weren't just tales to put children to sleep. The following night, Seamus arrived at work earlier than usual. The black feather he had found that morning rested in his pocket, a tangible reminder that the events of the previous night were not just a figment of his solitary imagination. As he made his initial inspection of the building, he noticed that the air seemed thicker, filled with that same sense of expectation he had felt before. Pete, the janitor, was finishing his shift when Seamus found him in the second-floor hallway. "Anything strange around here last night?" he asked casually, studying his colleague's reaction. "Nothing out of the ordinary," replied Pete, adjusting his worn cap. "Except," he hesitated for a moment, "the tools were all out of order this morning. I thought you might have needed them." Seamus just nodded, saving the information. After Pete left, he started to prepare his monitoring room differently. In addition to the usual coffee in the thermos, he also brought a small plate of oatmeal cookies, his grandmother's favorite. She always said that Pukas had a weakness for homemade sweets. "If you're there," he said loudly to the seemingly empty room, "you're welcome to share my snack." He felt a little foolish, talking to himself, but he remembered his grandmother's stories about how Pukas appreciated good manners and kindness. For a few hours, nothing happened. Seamus made his rounds normally, although he paid extra attention to every shadow and noise. It was during his coffee break, around midnight, that he noticed 2 of the cookies were missing from his plate, although he hadn't heard or seen anything approaching. "I hope you enjoyed it," he murmured, a small smile forming on his lips. As if in response, he heard a distant chuckle, followed by the now familiar sound of hooves. This time, instead of trying to locate the source of the noise, Seamus remained in his chair, calmly sipping his coffee. In the reflection of the security monitor, he caught movement, a dark, fluid shape that seemed to dance among the shadows. "My grandmother told me about you," he said softly, still without turning around. "It said that Pukas are ancient spirits, as old as Ireland itself, that they can be mischievous, but also fair to those who treat them with respect." The sound of hooves stopped, and for a moment the silence in the building was absolute. Then, a voice as soft as a night breeze whispered close to his ear, "Your grandmother seemed like a wise woman." Seamus felt a shiver run down his spine, but he maintained his composure. "She was," he replied, "and it also said that a puka always has a reason for choosing where it makes its home." More giggles filled the air, and this time Seamus could clearly see the creature in the monitor's reflection. A horse as black as the darkest night, with eyes that glittered like ancient gold coins. In the next blink of an eye, it was a silky-haired goat, then a gigantic rabbit, its shapes changing like clouds in the wind. "Humans have forgotten the ancient magic," said the voice, now coming from somewhere behind his chair. "This place holds memories, memories of times when stories weren't just stories." Seamus nodded slowly, understanding. The warehouse was one of the oldest buildings in the city, built on land that, according to local legends, had once been a meeting place for the Sidhe, The people of fairies. So you've come to claim what's rightfully yours? He asked. A melodious laugh echoed throughout the room. I came to remember, replied the puka. Remember those who can still see, those who can still hear. It was then that Seamus made a appeal decision that would change his work nights forever. Perhaps, he said, finally turning in his chair, we can come to an agreement. You can feel free to remind people as long as it doesn't cause any real harm. In return, perhaps we can share stories during my long nights of wakefulness. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, right before his eyes, the air began to condense, forming the figure of a tall, slender man, dressed entirely in black, with golden eyes that seemed to contain all the malice and wisdom in the world. A deal, said the puka, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Humans rarely understand the weight of agreements with our own. Are you sure this is what you want, Seamus O'Brien? The way the creature pronounced his name made Seamus feel as if she knew not just his name, but every detail of his life. Even so, he remained firm. I'm sure, he replied, as long as we set some boundaries. The puka's smile widened, showing teeth that for a moment seemed too sharp to be human. Limits, he murmured. Yes, we can discuss boundaries and stories. I have many stories to tell, Night Guardian. Stories your grandmother never knew. As the night progressed, Seamus began to realize that his life had changed irrevocably. The deal he was about to make with a creature from ancient Irish legend would certainly bring consequences he could barely imagine. But as he watched the puka casually change form as they discussed the terms of their peculiar partnership, he couldn't help but feel that, for the first time in 15 years, his work nights promised to be truly interesting. What he didn't yet know was that making deals with magical creatures was like trying to hold water in your hands. No matter how careful you are, there's always something that slips through your fingers. The terms of the puka deal turned out to be more complex than Seamus initially imagined. The creature had a peculiar sense of humor and its own interpretation of what constituted real harm. In the week following their initial conversation, the night watchman discovered that his new nocturnal companion had a rather elastic definition of acceptable mischief. You can't keep scaring the morning cleaning staff, Seamus argued one night, after discovering that the puka had rearranged the entire archive in reverse alphabetical order and transformed the boardroom into something resembling a Victorian ballroom. Poor Mrs. Murphy almost had a heart attack when she saw the files floating around. The puka, which at that moment had taken the form of an elegant black cat with golden eyes lying on the security monitor, just swung its tail lazily. She needed some excitement in her life. Plus, I organized everything perfectly, just my way. Seamus sighed, realizing he would need to be more specific in his negotiations. Maybe we can channel your creativity into something less disturbing? The puka's eyes sparkled with interest. Continue, he purred, changing his form to that of the tall, slender man, who seemed to be her favorite for more serious conversations. The stories you promised to share, Seamus began cautiously. Why don't we focus on that? In return, you can have your fun, but in ways that don't cause panic among employees. The puka tilted his head, considering the proposal. Stories have power, Seamus O'Brien. Each one takes its toll on the teller and the listener. Are you ready for this? Before Seamus could respond, a noise from the third floor caught his attention. It was almost 3 in the morning, and the building must have been completely empty. The puka smiled that enigmatic smile of his. It appears we have unauthorized company, he said, his form wavering like smoke. How about a practical demonstration of how I can be helpful? Seamus quickly checked the security monitors. 2 hooded figures moved stealthily among the shadows on the third floor, carrying what appeared to be burglary tools. Thieves, Seamus muttered, reaching for the phone to call the police. Ah, no. The puka interfered, placing a translucent hand over the device. Let me show you how we dealt with invaders in ancient times. I promise no one will get hurt. Permanently. There was something about the way the puka said permanently that made Seamus hesitate. But before he could protest, the creature had already dissolved into the shadows, leaving only the echo of its signature laugh. Over the next few minutes, Seamus watched a series of events on the monitors that seemed straight out of a comedic horror film. The thieves, who initially moved confidently, began to encounter increasingly bizarre obstacles. Tools took on a life of their own and slipped out of their hands. Shadows on the walls took on monstrous shapes. The sound of hooves echoed throughout the hallways, seeming to come from all directions at once. The final blow came when the puka, taking the form of a gigantic black horse with fiery eyes, materialized before the invaders. The scream they let out probably woke up half the block. In their rush to flee, they left behind not only their tools, but also their cell phones and a wallet. When the puka returned to the monitoring room, it was in the form of a small crow, apparently very pleased with itself. See? No real harm. Just a memorable lesson in the dangers of trespassing on other people's property. Seamus couldn't help but laugh, despite his initial concern. I suppose this is an example of the kind of protection you can offer? Among other things, replied the puka, returning to his humanoid form. Now, about those stories, his golden eyes shone with an ancient light. Have you heard about the true origin of fairy circles? Not those simplified stories they tell tourists, but the real story when the Sidhe still danced openly under the moon. And so began a new phase in the peculiar partnership between the night guardian and the shape-shifting spirit. Each night, as Seamus made his rounds, the puka accompanied him, taking on different forms and sharing stories that made traditional fairy tales seem like children's tales. What Seamus didn't realize was that each shared story created a deeper bond between them, and that the puka, in his age-old cunning, was gradually weaving a web of enchantment around the warehouse and its keeper. The consequences of this growing bond would begin to manifest in ways that not even the experienced spirit could fully predict. Meanwhile, warehouse workers began to notice subtle changes in their work environment. The air seemed livelier, the shadows deeper, and occasionally, objects appeared in unlikely places, always accompanied by an inexplicable scent of wet earth and the distant sound of laughter. The puka's stories began to affect Seamus in unexpected ways. During the day, as he tried to sleep, his dreams were populated by images of fairy balls in secret clearings and ancient battles between magical creatures. The ordinary world seemed increasingly opaque in comparison to the wonders his nocturnal companion shared. One particularly cold night, while making his usual rounds, Seamus noticed something different about the puka's behavior. The creature, which normally bounced between forms with joyful abandon, stood constantly like a large black raven, its golden eyes more alert than usual. Is something wrong? Seamus asked, sensing the tension in the air. The puka landed on the stair railing, its feathers shining with an unearthly luster. The veils between the worlds are thin tonight, he replied in his melodious voice. Others may be observing our little arrangement with interest. Others? Seamus felt a shiver run down his spine. What kind of others? The seedy are not the only ancient creatures that still walk this world, the puka explained, transforming into his humanoid form. And not all of them are as benevolent as I am in their interactions with mortals. Before Seamus could question further, an icy wind swept through the hallway, turning off all the lights. In the sudden darkness, he could swear he saw shapes moving in the shadows, different from the puka's usual metamorphoses. They were more angular, less fluid, with a kind of mischief that made your heart race. Stay close, whispered the puka, his form quickly changing to that of an immense black wolf. Looks like we'll have visitors tonight. The air became thick with a smell of ozone and ancient earth. From the shadows, a figure emerged that made Seamus freeze. She was like a woman, but her skin was as pale as the moon, and her hair seemed to be made of dew-covered spider webs. His eyes, when they fixed on Seamus, were as empty as bottomless pits. So it's true, the creature spoke, its voice sounding like shattering crystal. A puka, making deals with a mortal. How times have changed. The wolf puka growled lowly, positioning himself between Seamus and the newcomer. This is my territory now, Banshee. You have no rights here. The Banshee smiled, revealing needle-sharp teeth. Rights? Did we talk about rights when mortals built their buildings over our sacred circles? When they covered our hills with concrete? Seamus felt the weight of the story in her every word. This was no longer just his routine night job. He was in the middle of an ancient dispute between beings that his grandmother had warned him to avoid. With all due respect, Seamus found himself speaking, surprising himself and the creatures. This place may have been built on ancient land, but now it is a place of new stories. The puka is not desecrating anything. It is keeping alive the memory of what was before. The Banshee floated towards him, her face inches from his. The cold emanating from her was so intense that Seamus could see his own breath. You speak with courage, for a mortal, she whispered. But do you know what happens to those who get too involved in our world? He is under my protection, the puka declared, his form growing until he became an even larger version of the wolf. And you know what it means to break the ancient laws of the land. For a moment, that seemed eternal. The Banshee kept her gaze fixed on Seamus. Then, slowly, a different smile formed on his lips. Very well. She backed away. Keep your agreement with the mortal, puka. But remember, the deeper the bonds, the greater the price to pay. With those words, she dissolved into mist, leaving only a trail of ice on the ground where she had been. The lights flickered back to life, and the air gradually lost its otherworldly density. The puka returned to its humanoid form. but Seamus noticed that it seemed more substantial than normal, less ethereal. You took a risk by speaking to her, the spirit said, his voice mixing concern and admiration. I couldn't keep quiet, Seamus replied. This place isn't just my job anymore. It's something more. Yes, agreed the puka, his golden eyes shining with a new intensity. It's something more. But Banshee was right on one point. There's always a price to pay when worlds mix. As they continued their rounds, Seamus realized that something fundamental had changed. The veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary had grown even thinner, and the stories the puka told now seemed to resonate with a deeper, more personal truth. In the building around them, shadows danced with a life of their own, and occasionally Seamus could swear he heard distant music and laughter that didn't just belong to his otherworldly companion. The warehouse was becoming a place where worlds touched, and he, Seamus O'Brien, night keeper and listener of ancient stories, was at the center of this transformation. What he didn't yet know was that Banshee's visit was just the beginning. The delicate balance between the worlds was shifting, and their agreement with the puka was about to be tested in ways neither could have predicted. In the weeks following his encounter with the Banshee, Seamus noticed subtle changes in himself. His senses seemed sharper, especially during the night hours. I could see better in the darkness. I heard sounds that had previously gone unnoticed, and most intriguingly, I began to notice patterns in the shadows that told their own silent stories. The puka, in turn, seemed increasingly present, less likely to dissolve into the shadows as it used to. His stories also changed, becoming more personal, more intimate, as if he were sharing not just legends, but memories of centuries of existence. There was a time, said the puka one night, as he assumed the form of a black cat lying on the monitoring table, when all Ireland was awake to magic. Every hill had its guardian, every stream its story, every stone its secret. Seamus, who was organizing nightly reports, noticed a note of melancholy in the spirit's voice that he had never noticed before. What changed? Humans have changed, the puka replied, his golden eyes fixed on something in the distance. They began to build walls not just with stones, but with disbelief. With each generation, fewer people could see, fewer could hear, until we became just stories to lull children to. Movement on the security monitor caught Seamus's attention. On the screen, shadows danced unnaturally on the third floor. More visitors? He asked, tense at the memory of the Banshee. The puka watched the screen with renewed interest. Not exactly, he replied, his form changing to that of a raven. They are echoes. The veil is growing thinner in this place, Seamus. Your presence, our connection, is awakening old memories. In previous weeks, daytime employees had begun reporting strange experiences more frequently. Distant music was heard in the empty hallways. The scent of wildflowers filled closed rooms, and occasionally, someone swore they saw figures dancing in the late afternoon shadows. Is this dangerous? Seamus questioned, remembering Banshee's warning about the price of mixing worlds. The puka flew to his shoulder, his feathers brushing gently against his neck. Ancient magic is never safe, but it is also not inherently malicious. It is like a river. It can feed or drown, depending on how you navigate its currents. That night, during his usual patrol, Seamus began to see more than just shadows on the warehouse walls. He saw fragments of ancient memories, harvest celebrations that had taken place on this very plot of land centuries before the building existed, dances under the moonlight, secret encounters between mortals and magical beings. "What's happening to me?" he whispered, more to himself than to his supernatural companion. The puka, now in its humanoid form, placed a hand on his shoulder. The touch, surprisingly solid, sent a shiver of ancient energy through his body. "You are awakening, Seamus O'Brien. Every story I've shared, every night we've spent together, has been like drops of magical dew on fertile soil." Suddenly, the air around them began to vibrate with a familiar energy. From the shadows, the ethereal figure of the banshee emerged again. But this time, she was not alone. Other forms materialized. Beings of light and shadow. Creatures from the old stories her grandmother told. "The circle is complete," the banshee announced, her voice echoing like distant bells. The mortal made his choice without even knowing it. Seamus looked at the puka, seeking explanations, but the shape-shifting spirit just smiled his enigmatic smile. "Remember when I said there was always a price to pay? When worlds mix? This is the moment of truth, my friend." The creatures formed a circle around them, their shapes shifting and flowing like water in the moonlight. The banshee approached, her empty eyes now glowing with an inner light. "Seamus O'Brien," she spoke, "you have become a bridge between the worlds through your nights with the puka, through shared stories and accepted magic. You have reopened ancient passages. Now you must choose. Remain as you are, forgetting all you have seen and learned, or accept your new role as guardian, not just of this building, but of the border between the worlds." Seamus's heart was pounding in his chest. He looked around at the mystical creatures that now filled his workplace, at the puka that had become more than a nocturnal companion, at the shadows that danced with ancient stories. "If I accept," he asked, "what happens?" "You will always see both sides of the veil," replied the puka. "He will be a keeper of stories, a protector of the places where worlds touch. He will no longer be completely mortal, but he will not be completely like us either." Seamus thought about his life before the puka, the lonely nights, the world in black and white, his grandmother's stories that seemed just like fairy tales. He thought about how everything had changed, how the colors seemed more vivid, how every shadow held magical possibilities. "I accept," he said simply, and the words seemed to echo with a power of their own. The circle of creatures began to move, dancing an ancient dance around them. The puka held out his hand, his golden eyes shining with approval, and something else, perhaps pride, perhaps affection. "Welcome to the twilight between the worlds," said the puka, as ancient magic flowed through the circle, transforming Seamus not into something completely new, but into a truer version of himself. And so, the warehouse became more than just a building. It became a meeting point between the ordinary and the extraordinary, guarded by a man who learned to see beyond the veil, and a shape-shifting spirit who rediscovered the pleasure of sharing. stories with someone who could truly understand. Nights would never be the same for Seamus O'Brien, but he had no regrets. After all, some stories need to be experienced to be truly understood. The wind blew gently across the ancient hills of Ireland, carrying with it the echo of a melody as old as the stones themselves. It was the song of Fionnuala, the eldest of King Lear's 4 sons, her crystalline voice echoing across the valleys as she combed the long golden hair of Awefe, her new stepmother. The morning sun was still shy on the horizon, and the shadows of the castle stretched like fingers across the dew-damp lawn. Fionnuala, at the age of 15, had promised her late mother that she would take care of her younger brothers, Aud, Fiacre, and Con, the 3 boys who played in the castle courtyard under his watchful eye, were his greatest joy and responsibility. Aodh, at the age of 12, already demonstrated his father's nobility in his gestures. The twins Fiacre and Con, just 9 years old, were inseparable and shared that unique complicity that only twin brothers know. King Lear watched his children from the high window of the castle, his heart divided between his love for the little ones and his growing concern for his new wife, Awefe. He had remarried after the death of Eva, his first wife, hoping to give his children a new mother. Awefe was Eve's sister, and everyone believed that this choice would bring harmony to the kingdom. However, something dark was growing in the new queen's heart, something that not even she fully understood. As Fionnuala combed Awefe's hair, she could see her stepmother's distant gaze reflected in the polished bronze mirror. There was a mixture of envy and resentment there that the young princess tried to ignore, remaining true to her promise to be kind and respectful. "Tell me more about my sister," Awefe asked frequently, her voice filled with an emotion that was difficult to decipher. The days at the castle followed their own rhythm, marked by children's laughter, history, and music lessons, and banquets where King Lear enjoyed the harmonious voices of his children. It was known throughout the kingdom that the children of Lear had inherited their mother's gift of singing, an ability that seemed to touch the very soul of those who heard them. But as time passed, Oifa began to notice how the king's love for his children seemed to eclipse every other feeling. On festive nights, when the children sang, all eyes turned to them, and the king beamed with pride. The queen, sitting next to him, felt more and more like a shadow, an inadequate replacement for her beloved Eve. Jealousy grew like a weed in his heart, fueled by loneliness and constant comparison with the memory of his sister. Awefo looked at Fionnuala, so graceful and loved, and saw in her a reflection of the youth she herself had lost. In the boy's smiles, I found the purity that I could never recover. It was on a particular afternoon, when the sun painted the sky in orange tones, that something inside Oif finally broke. She watched from the window of her chambers as Lear played with the children in the garden, their laughter reaching her like poisoned arrows. In his chest, distorted love turned into something dark and dangerous. That night, while everyone slept, Awif searched for the ancient grimoires hidden deep within the castle. His hands shook as he leafed through the yellowed pages, looking for something that could ease his pain. something that could make the king understand his loneliness. But what he found was much darker, an ancient, powerful, and terrible enchantment. The following days were tense, with Auhifi planning every detail of her revenge. She watched the children with a new look, calculating and cold, while pretending to everyone that she was just tired or unwell. Fionuala, sensitive to changes in the castle's environment, tried more than ever to please her stepmother, unaware that every act of kindness only fueled Oifi's resentment. One morning, the queen invited the children for a walk to the lake near the castle, a sacred place for the ancients. Lear, happy to see his wife apparently getting closer to his children, readily agreed to the outing. Fionuala held her younger brother's hands as they walked along the familiar trail, her heart inexplicably heavy. The lake shone like a mirror in the morning sun, its calm waters reflecting the blue sky above. Awaf guided the children to the shore, where the water was deeper. "Come," she called, with a sweetness that sounded false to Fionuala's attentive ears. "I want to show you something special." It was at that moment that Fionuala saw something change in her stepmother's eyes, an unearthly glow, a darkness that did not belong to this world. Before she could react, Alpha began chanting words in an ancient, forbidden language, words that seemed to make the very air tremble around her. The sky suddenly darkened, and an icy wind swept across the lakeshore. Fionuala tried to protect her brothers, but her limbs began to tingle and change. Horror and confusion mixed on their faces as an inexorable transformation began to take over their bodies. The last words Fionuala heard with her human ears were Awifi's curse, condemning them to spend 900 years as swans, 300 in Lake Deravara, 300 in the Sea of Moyle, and 300 on the Isle of Glora. Only their voices would remain as a reminder of their humanity, so that they could sing their sadness through the centuries. And so began the long journey of the children of Lear, transformed by envy into winged creatures, condemned to wander the bodies of water in Ireland. Their story of brotherly love and perseverance would echo through the ages, an eternal reminder of the power of love and the price of revenge. The first winter as swans was the hardest for Lear's children. The waters of Lake Deravara, once so familiar and welcoming, now seemed strange and hostile in their new forms. Fionuala, even transformed, maintained her protective nature, using her white wings to shelter her younger brothers during stormy nights. King Lear, devastated by Awafi's betrayal and the transformation of his beloved children, visited the lake every day. He built a hut on the bank, refusing to return to the castle which now seemed too empty. He spent hours watching the four swans, his heart breaking when he recognized the same expressions in the birds' eyes that his children used to have. When the swans sang, the entire region stopped to listen. Their voices, the only part of their humanity that remained intact, carried a sadness so deep that it made even the toughest of warriors weep. Fionuala led these moments, her crystal clear voice guiding her brothers in melodies that told their story and kept alive the memory of who they truly were. Awif, after casting the curse, disappeared from the kingdom. It was said that Ava and Oifi's father, furious at his surviving daughter's cruelty, turned her into an air demon, condemned to eternally roam the skies of Ireland. On stormy nights, when the wind howled with particular violence, the brothers wondered if that sound might not be their former stepmother's lament of regret. The years began to pass, and the seasons followed one another in an endless cycle. Lear's children learned to survive in their new condition. Aod, always the most impulsive, discovered how to use the lake's currents to fish. Twins Fiatra and Khan developed a communication system through movements in the water, keeping alive the special bond they shared since birth. As time progressed, the kingdom around the lake changed. King Lear grew old, his hair darkened by time turning white, like the feathers of his children. Even when his body no longer allowed long stays by the lake, he still came, leaning on his staff, to listen to the singing of his transformed children. It was during the 100th year of their transformation that the brothers faced their first great trial. A particularly harsh winter froze much of the lake, forcing them to concentrate on a small area that remained unfrozen. The biting ice hurt its paws, and the icy wind bit through its feathers. It was at this time that Fionnuala began to sing the old lullabies that her mother used to sing, bringing comfort and reminding everyone of happier times. On a particularly cold night, as they huddled together to stay warm, Khan, the youngest of the twins, asked Fionnuala if she thought they would one day become human again. His voice, even in swan form, still carried the childlike innocence he had when he was transformed. Fionnuala hesitated before answering, choosing her words carefully so as not to destroy her younger brother's hope. "The curse has an end, dear brother," she replied softly, "and as long as we are together, we will keep our humanity alive through our memories and our love for each other." Days turned into years, and years into decades. The world around the lake was constantly changing. Villages came and went. Generations of people were born, lived and died. But the four swans remained, eternally young in their winged forms, watching the flow of time with eyes that had seen too much. Stories about enchanted swans began to spread throughout Ireland. Travelers went out of their way to visit Lake Derravara, hoping to hear the legendary song of the children of Lear. Many brought offerings, small pieces of bread, wildflowers, and sometimes just their prayers and good intentions. It was during this period that the brothers developed a deep understanding of nature and its cycles. They learned to read signs from the sky, predict storms by the behavior of other animals, and find comfort in the steady rhythm of the seasons. Their connection with the lake became so deep that they could feel every change in its waters, every variation in its currents. As the end of the first 300 years approached, an unrest began to grow among the brothers. The Sea of Moyle awaited them, its turbulent, unpredictable waters so different from the lake they had learned to call home. Fionnuala could see the fear in her brother's eyes and knew she needed to be strong for them, even when her own heart was filled with apprehension. On a clear morning, when only a few days remained until her forced departure, Fionnuala gathered her brothers for a last sing-along at Lake Derravara. Their voices rose in a melody that spoke of love, loss, and hope, a song that would echo on the lakeshore long after they were gone. It was his farewell not only to the lake, but also to his first home as swans, to the place where his father had spent his last days. When the moment finally arrived, a supernatural wind began to blow, reminding them of the curse that was driving them forward. With a last look at the waters that had sheltered them for 3 centuries, the four brothers spread their wings and took to the sky, leaving Lake Daravara behind and heading towards the unknown Sea of Moyle, where new challenges and trials awaited them. The Sea of Moyle proved far more challenging than the 300 years at Lake Daravara. Its turbulent, salty waters were a constant test of resistance for the four brothers who had never faced such violent waves or such cutting winds. The air itself had a different taste, permeated with salt and stories of lost sailors. In the first weeks after their arrival, the brothers had to quickly adapt to the new conditions. Fionnuala discovered that her protection techniques needed to be modified. The sea currents were stronger and more unpredictable than the calm waters of the lake. She developed a new system of formation, flying that allowed her younger siblings to benefit from the windbreak created by her wings. Ahod, always the strongest after Fionnuala, took it upon himself to find safe places to rest during storms. He learned to identify small, sheltered coves and bays along the coast where they could take shelter when the sea raged. Twins Fiatra and Khan, meanwhile, have become experts at locating schools of fish, using their unique connection to coordinate their movements in deep water. The nights were particularly difficult on the Sea of Moyle. Unlike the lake, where they knew every corner and had developed a comfortable routine, the sea was always in motion, always changing. The constant sound of waves crashing against the rocks sometimes threatened to overwhelm their voices as they sang, forcing them to develop new, more powerful, and resilient harmonies. It was during a particularly violent storm that the brothers faced one of their greatest challenges. The waves rose like mountains of water, and the wind howled with unearthly fury. In the confusion of the elements, Khan was separated from the others. Fionnuala felt her heart freeze with fear when she realized she couldn't see the youngest of the twins in the storm. For 3 days and 3 nights, the 3 brothers searched tirelessly for Khan, their wailing songs echoing over the turbulent waters. Fionnuala could barely rest, consumed by worry and guilt at not being able to keep everyone together. It was Fiacra who finally found a clue, a familiar pattern in the way some seabirds flew near a small rocky island. When they finally found Khan, he was taking refuge in a small sea cave, exhausted but alive. The reunion was marked by songs of joy that made the waves themselves seem to dance. From that day on, the brothers developed new signs and ways of communicating through the storms, determined never to be separated again. As the years passed at the Sea of Moyle, the brothers began to notice changes in the world around them. Different ships began to cross the waters, vessels larger and more elaborate than the ones they knew. The languages spoken by the sailors were also different, and little by little, the brothers learned to recognize words and phrases in different languages. One of the most surprising discoveries was realizing that his story had spread far beyond the borders of Ireland. Sailors from distant lands sometimes stopped their ships when they heard swan songs, recognizing in the melodies the ancient legends they had heard on their travels. Some left small offerings floating in the waters, colored ribbons, small protective amulets, or simply words of comfort carried by the wind. Time at the Sea of Moyle also brought a deeper understanding of his own transformation, observing the changing tides and the migrations of other birds. The brothers began to accept that they were part of something bigger than themselves. Her story wasn't just about a curse, but about adaptation, survival, and the unbreakable power of family love. Fionnuala, in particular, developed a new perspective on her responsibility as the eldest. On calm nights, when the stars reflected on the surface of the sea like thousands of sparkling jewels, she shared with her brothers not only memories of their human past, but also reflections on everything they had learned on their journey. See how the sea never stays the same, she said, and yet it remains the sea. Perhaps it is so with our own nature. We change in our outer form, but our essence, our love for each other, remains constant like the stars above. Fionnuala's words brought comfort not only to her brothers, but to herself. Each challenge overcome at the Sea of Moyle made them stronger, more united. The initial fear of the turbulent waters had transformed into a kind of reverent respect for the power and mystery of the sea. The years continued to pass, marked by the eternal rhythm of the tides. The brothers learned to find beauty even in the most difficult times, in the glow of the rising sun on the waves, in the graceful flight of seagulls, in the hypnotic dance of seaweed in the depths. Their song evolved, incorporating the sounds of the sea and the stories of the creatures that inhabited it. As the end of their time at the Sea of Moyle approached, the brothers realized that they had changed profoundly. They were no longer the frightened creatures that had arrived there 300 years before. The sea had taught them about strength, adaptability, and, above all, the importance of remaining united in the face of adversity. On a particularly clear night, when the full moon illuminated the waters with its silvery light, the four brothers felt that familiar restlessness again. It was the call of the curse, announcing that it was time to leave for their final destination, the island of Glora. With a mixture of apprehension and determination, they prepared for the last leg of their journey, carrying with them the lessons and strength that the Sea of Moyle had given them. The trip to Glora Island was marked by a mixture of hope and apprehension. The sons of Lear had been strengthened by their experiences at the Sea of Moyle, but they knew that this would be their last and longest challenge. The island, situated in the far west of Ireland, was known for its unforgiving winters and wild nature. When they arrived, they realized that Glora was unlike anything they had known before. It was a place where sea and land met in an eternal dance, with craggy cliffs emerging from the turbulent waters. The sound of the wind through the rock formations created strange melodies, as if the island itself was singing its own lonely song. Fionnuala, always attentive to the needs of her brothers, soon identified a small brackish lake near the coast that would be perfect for their new home. It was sheltered enough to shelter them from the worst storms, but still maintained a connection to the sea that they had grown to love during their time on the Moyle. The first years in Glora brought new challenges. The isolation was more intense than anything they had experienced before. They rarely saw humans, except for occasional fishermen who ventured to the island in search of abundant schools. These seafaring men, upon hearing the swan song, often stopped their work, enchanted by the melody that seemed to carry centuries of history in each note. It was during this period that the brothers began to notice deeper changes in the world around them. The vessels they occasionally saw were increasingly larger and stranger. The fishermen's costumes had changed, and the languages they heard were increasingly diverse. The world was changing rapidly as they remained trapped in their winged forms, watching the flow of time like eternal spectators. Aud, always the most observant after Fionuala, began to notice signs of an even greater transformation. The ancient stories they heard from the rare visitors spoke of changes in people's beliefs. The old gods were being replaced by a new god, and different temples were beginning to appear throughout Ireland. One afternoon, while swimming near the coast, they saw something that would profoundly change their understanding of the time they had spent transformed. A small monastery being built on a nearby island. The monks, dressed in simple habits, worked tirelessly, building stone walls and singing chants that reminded the brothers of their own melodies. Fionnuala felt an immediate connection with those men dedicated to the contemplation and preservation of ancient stories. Little by little, the brothers began to approach the monastery, attracted by the peace that emanated from that sacred place. The monks, in turn, recognized something special in those 4 swans that sang with almost human voices. One young monk in particular, named Mokaomhog, began to spend time watching the swans. He noticed how they seemed to understand human language, and how their songs carried a deep melancholy that touched the souls of everyone who heard them. Over time, Mokaomhog began to suspect that there was something more to these creatures than just birds. It was during a full moon night that something extraordinary happened. As the brothers sang their story, as they had done for centuries, Mokaomhog began to understand the words in their melody. It was as if a veil had been lifted, allowing him to understand the true nature of the swans and the curse that imprisoned them. The monk began to visit the brothers regularly, bringing not only food for their bodies, but also comfort for their souls. He shared with them stories of the changes in the world, and most importantly, he told them about the new faith that was transforming Ireland. Years turned into decades, and decades into centuries. The small monastery grew to become an important center for learning and preserving ancient Irish stories. Monks began recording the legend of the sons of Lear in their manuscripts, ensuring that their story would survive through the ages. Fionnuala and her brothers found new purpose in their existence in Glora. Their voices, which had previously sung only their sadness, now joined the chants of the monks in a harmony that seemed to unite the old and the new, the pagan and the Christian, in a single, powerful melody. As they approached the end of their time in Glora, the brothers realized that their transformation had been more than just physical. They had become guardians of ancient wisdom, living witnesses to the transformation of a world. Its story, preserved by the monks and sung in their own voices, had become part of the very fabric of the island. And so, as the end of their curse approached, the children of Lear waited with a mixture of hope and apprehension. 900 years had passed like a long, strange dream, and they could barely remember what it was like to have human form. But their humanity, preserved through their love for each other and their songs, remained intact, awaiting the moment of their final release. The final moment of transformation approached with the same inevitability as the sunrise. Lear's children could feel the change in the air, an ancient vibration that made their feathers ruffle. The young monk, Mocha Omhog, who had become his most devoted friend over the years, also realized that something extraordinary was about to happen. One particularly cold morning, the sound of distant bells began to echo across the island. It was not the monastery bells, but an older, deeper call, as if the very stones of Glora were awakening from a long slumber. Fionnuala was the first to hear it, her winged heart quickening with recognition of something familiar in that sound. It was the same frequency as the magical words Aoife had used so many centuries ago. The four brothers gathered in the shallow waters near the beach, their bodies shivering, not only from the cold, but from the anticipation of what was to come. Mocha Omhog watched from the bank, holding a golden bell that had been passed down through generations of monks, supposedly blessed with the power to break ancient curses. The sky began to change, impossible colors dancing among the clouds. The waters around the swans began to glow with an inner light, as if thousands of stars had decided to dive into the sea. Fionnuala spread her wings over her brothers one last time, a protective gesture that had become as natural as breathing over the centuries. "We're together," she sang softly, her voice mingling with the wind. "As we always have been, as we always will be." The first ray of morning sunlight touched the water, and with it came transformation. It was different from the first time. There was no pain, no fear, just a feeling of warmth that spread from the tips of their wings to the center of their bodies. The white feathers began to glow and dissolve like morning mist, slowly revealing the human form that had been dormant for so long. Fionnuala felt her fingers first, human fingers she hadn't touched in 900 years. Then came the arms, the legs, and finally, she was standing in the shallow water, a young woman again, exactly as she was on the day of her transformation. Beside him, his brothers also resumed their original forms. But there was something different. Although their bodies were young, their eyes carried the wisdom of 9 centuries. Aod, now a boy of 12 again, had the bearing of an ancient warrior. The twins, Fiatra and Khan, their childish faces restored, held in their gaze the depths of the ocean they had called home for so long. Mocha Omhog ran towards them, carrying cloaks to cover their naked bodies. Tears ran down his face as he helped his brothers out of the water. The monk could now clearly see the nobility in their bearing, the royal lineage that not even 900 years, like swans, had managed to erase. But the transformation brought with it an unexpected revelation. The time they had spent in their winged forms had not been in vain. Every experience, every storm faced, every sunrise observed had become part of who they were. When Fionnuala opened her human lips to speak, for the first time, her voice still carried the melody of the wind over the sea of Moyle. The days that followed were of adaptation and discovery. The brothers had to relearn how to use their human bodies, to walk instead of swim, to use hands instead of wings. But some things remained: their connection to nature, their ability to understand the language of birds, and most importantly, the unbreakable bond they shared. The monastery became their new home, a place where they could share their story with future generations. Moko Homhog dedicated himself to recording every detail of his journey, aware that he was preserving not just a legend, but a living testament to the transformation of Ireland itself. Fionuala, now able to use her hands again, began weaving tapestries that told her story. Into each strand she wove memories of 300 years at Lake Derravara, the storms of the Sea of Moyle, and the contemplative solitude of Glora. His creations were living works of art, which seemed to sing when touched by the wind. The years passed, and Lear's children found their place in this new world. Although their bodies remained young, as they had been at the time of transformation, they carried with them the wisdom of their experiences. They became teachers, storytellers, guardians of a tradition that united the old and the new. On full moon nights, it was still possible to hear them singing on the shores of the island. Their voices, now in their human forms, carried even more power. They were hymns that spoke of perseverance, of brotherly love, and of the human spirit's ability to transcend any curse. The story of the sons of Lear has become more than just a legend. It was a reminder that life's most profound transformations are not always curses, but opportunities for growth and understanding. Their voices have continued to echo through the centuries, carrying with them the magic and wisdom of their unique experiences. And so, Fionuala and her brothers discovered that their true transformation had not been from humans to swans and back to humans, but a much deeper journey, a transformation of the soul that had taught them the true meaning of the eternity of love and the strength of the human spirit. The taxi stopped in front of the imposing Art Deco building on Main Street, and Sarah Martinez felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. The Cecil Hotel stood like a shadow against the Los Angeles evening sky, its windows reflecting the setting sun in orange hues that looked like flaming eyes, watching every movement on the street below. Sarah adjusted the strap of her backpack on her shoulder as she paid the driver, who looked at her with a worried expression. "Are you sure you want to stay here, lady? This place has a complicated history." "That's exactly why I'm here," he replied with a forced smile, trying to mask his own apprehension. As an investigative journalist for the LA Times, Sarah had spent the last 3 months researching the Cecil's dark history. 16 confirmed deaths since its opening in 1927, not counting unexplained disappearances and reports of paranormal activity. The entrance hall retained traces of its former grandeur, with dusty crystal chandeliers and a faded red carpet. The marble reception desk was cracked in places, and behind it stood a tired-looking elderly man who introduced himself as Mr. Thompson. "Reservation in the name of Sarah Martinez," she said, placing her ID on the counter. The receptionist typed something into an old-fashioned computer, his gnarled fingers moving with surprising agility. "Room 514, he murmured, handing her an antique metal key. Not a swipe card like one would expect in any modern hotel. The elevator is on the right. When it works, Sarah took the stairs, preferring not to risk getting stuck in the elevator. Her footsteps echoed through the empty hallways, and she couldn't help but notice how the walls seemed to absorb sound in an unnatural way. The wallpaper, a vintage pattern in dark green tones, was peeling in places, revealing older layers beneath. Arriving at the 5th floor, Sarah consulted her cell phone, checking notes on the most recent case that had brought her there. Elisa Lamb, a Canadian student, found dead in the hotel's water tank in 2013. Elevator video showing her erratic behavior before her disappearance had gone viral, sparking conspiracy theories and speculation about demonic possession. Room 514 was surprisingly clean, considering the overall appearance of the hotel. A single bed, a desk, a small bathroom, all basic but functional. Sarah began unpacking her equipment: camera, audio recorder, laptop, and several notebooks. As he organized his materials, he heard soft knocks coming from the wall. Initially, he ignored it, assuming it was just the building's old piping, but the sound had a peculiar rhythmic pattern, almost like Morse code. Sarah moved closer to the wall, pressing her ear against it. The pounding stopped abruptly, replaced by a heavy silence that seemed to press against his eardrums. It was then that he noticed something strange. The corridor he had just walked through, visible through the crack under the door, seemed darker than it should be, considering it was still late afternoon. Her cell phone vibrated, making her jump. It was a message from his editor, David Chen. "Have you settled in yet? Remember, we want more than just conspiracy theories. We need hard facts about the deaths." Sarah started to type a reply when she noticed that the temperature in the room had dropped drastically. His breath formed small clouds in the air, and the hair on his arms stood up. The light in the room flickered once, twice, before stabilizing. Determined not to let her fear get the better of her, Sarah picked up her recorder and began speaking. October 19th, 6:47 p.m. First night at the Cecil Hotel. Room temperature has dropped significantly in the last few minutes. Possible problem with the heating system. A sound of footsteps in the hallway interrupted her. There were heavy, dragging footsteps that seemed to be approaching his room. Sarah held her breath, watching the shadow move beneath the door. The footsteps stopped right in front of his room. Seconds turned into minutes, and the shadow remained motionless. Sarah finally mustered up the courage to look through the door's peephole. But the hallway was completely empty. As he turned back to his room, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. On the opposite wall, where before there had been only green wallpaper, he could now make out strange symbols that seemed to have been engraved into the structure of the building itself. Grabbing her camera, Sarah began photographing the symbols. As the flash illuminated the wall, the symbols seemed to change subtly, as if they were moving from one photo to the next. Consulting his notes, he recognized some of them as similar to those found in old documents about the history of the land where the hotel was built. A sharp sound of interference from her recorder made her turn her attention to the device. As she played the recording, among the static, a voice that wasn't her own could be heard whispering words in a language she didn't recognize. Sarah sat up in bed, her hands shaking slightly as she organized her notes. He had come to the Cecil in search of answers about the mysterious deaths. But in his first hour at the hotel, he realized that he had stumbled upon something much bigger and more sinister than he expected. The sun had completely set now, and the city lights created dancing shadows on the bedroom walls. Sarah turned on all available lights and began transcribing her initial observations on her laptop. As he typed, he couldn't help but notice how different the hotel's hallways looked than he remembered from his previously studied architectural plans. It was as if the building itself was alive, breathing, transforming. The night had just begun, and Sarah Martinez already knew that her investigation at the Cecil Hotel would be very different from what she had planned. The answers I sought were there, hidden in the ancient walls and shifting corridors. But the price for discovering them might be greater than I was prepared to pay. Sarah realized she needed to better organize her initial findings. Opening a new document on his laptop, he began to chronologically list the strange events since his arrival. The knocks on the wall, the change in temperature, the footsteps in the hallway, and most importantly, those mysterious symbols that seemed to have a life of their own. As he typed, an email from an anonymous source appeared in his inbox. The subject simply said, Cecil, 1947. Intrigued, Sarah opened the message, which contained a single file attachment, a scanned black and white photograph. The image showed a group of people in formal attire of the time posing in front of the hotel. His gaze was immediately drawn to a figure partially hidden in the third-story window, a dark silhouette that seemed out of place from the rest of the photo. A new noise caught his attention. This time it was coming from the bathroom, a metallic, rhythmic sound, like drops falling on a metallic surface. Sarah picked up her recorder and, taking a deep breath, walked towards the bathroom. The door was ajar, fine mist escaping through the crack. Pushing the door slowly, he found the bathroom filled with steam. Despite no tap being turned on, the mirror was completely fogged up, except for a circular area in the center, as if someone had deliberately cleaned that space. Sarah approached, her heart racing when she noticed something being slowly written on the foggy mirror, as if an invisible finger was tracing the letters. Procure Elizabeth Short. The name made Sarah freeze. Elizabeth Short, better known as the Black Dahlia, had been one of the most famous victims associated with the Cecil Hotel. Although her mutilated body was found in a vacant lot in 1947, witnesses reported seeing her in the hotel bar days before her murder. Quickly returning to her room, Sarah began to research more about the connection between Elizabeth Short and Cecil. In his files, he found reports that the last place where the Black Dahlia was seen alive was precisely the hotel bar, which had now been closed underground for years. A notification sound on her cell phone made her divert her attention. It was a message from an unknown number. The bar is still there. Look for the red door. Sarah hesitated, aware that going down to the hotel's basement alone was not the most prudent decision. However, his journalistic curiosity spoke louder. Grabbing her camera, recorder, and a flashlight, Sarah left the room. The hallway was different, narrower than he remembered, with the walls seeming to curve subtly inward. The fluorescent lights flickered in an irregular rhythm, creating shadows that seemed to move on their own. The elevator, surprisingly, answered his call. The doors opened with a metallic creak, revealing an interior lined with dark wood paneling and a stained mirror in the background. Sarah entered, pressing the button for the basement. The doors closed with a thud, and the elevator began to descend at a slower pace than normal. In the mirror's reflection, Sarah noticed something strange. The stains seemed to form patterns, similar to the symbols she had seen in her room. As he watched, he had the impression that the spots were moving, reconfiguring themselves into new patterns. The elevator stopped abruptly between floors, the lights flickering before going out completely. In the dark, Sarah turned on her flashlight. The beam of light revealed that the mirror was gone, replaced by an opening that led to a narrow hallway. The air coming from there was cold and carried an old odor of musty paper and rotting wood. With no other apparent option, Sarah passed through the opening, finding herself in a hallway that was not included in any of the hotel plans she had studied. The walls were made of exposed brick, covered with a thin layer of moss, and the floor was made of packed earth. His flashlight illuminated a series of ancient doors along the hallway, each marked with oxidized brass numbers. At the end of the corridor, a red door stood out. Unlike the others, this one looked freshly painted, the bright red contrasting with the decay around it. Sarah approached, noticing that the doorknob was decorated with the same symbols she had seen in her room. As her hand touched the doorknob, a whisper echoed through the hallway. "Elizabeth." Sarah spun quickly, but the hallway behind her was empty. The air grew heavier, and she could have sworn she heard music in the distance. Melancholy jazz, typical of the 40s. The red door opened easily, revealing a spiral staircase that descended into the darkness. The sound of the music became clearer, and now Sarah could make out voices and laughter, as if a party was taking place a few floors below. Going down the steps carefully, Sarah tried to keep her breathing controlled, although her heart was beating fast. With each turn of the stairs, the voices became closer, clearer, until he could clearly distinguish a conversation. "You shouldn't be here, honey," said a female voice with a 40s accent. "They don't like people asking too many questions." Sarah stopped, her flashlight illuminating what appeared to be the entrance to a perfectly preserved Art Deco bar. Through the half-open door, he saw tables occupied by people dressed in 1940s attire, the air filled with cigarette smoke, and at the bar sat a young dark-haired woman wearing a black dress. She turned slowly, and Sarah felt her blood run cold as she recognized the face she had seen in hundreds of photographs during her research. Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia, exactly as she appeared in the last photos taken before her death. Elizabeth smiled, a sad smile that didn't reach her eyes, and made a gesture inviting Sarah to come closer. "Do you want to know the truth about Cecil?" she asked. "Then come, sit with me. I have a story to tell." Sarah hesitated for a moment before taking a seat next to Elizabeth Short at the bar. The atmosphere was surreal, a perfectly preserved slice of the 1940s, as if time had stopped in that particular space at the Hotel Cecil. Cigarette smoke danced in the air, creating ethereal shapes under the yellowish light of the Art Deco chandeliers. "You are not the first to try to discover the secrets of this place," Elizabeth began, her red lipstick contrasting with the paleness of her skin. but few have come as far as you. The bartender, a tall man with a thin mustache and a striped vest, placed 2 martinis in front of them without anyone ordering. Sarah noticed that her hands were partially transparent. The Cecile isn't just a hotel, Elizabeth continued, swirling the olive in her drink. It's a portal. It was built over a site sacred to the Tongva natives. They performed rituals here to communicate with the spirit world. When the colonizers arrived, they tried to suppress this knowledge, but some secrets cannot be buried. Sarah discreetly turned on her recorder under the table. The symbols on the walls, they're much older than the hotel, Elizabeth added. They appear to those Cecil chooses, as they appeared to me in 1947. She paused, her dark eyes lost in painful memories. I was investigating something too. There were rumors about a group that performed rituals in the hotel's basement, trying to use the power there for their own purposes. The melancholic jazz continued to play, but Sarah noticed that the other bar patrons had disappeared, leaving only dancing shadows on the walls. The air grew thicker, thick with the acrid smell of incense and something more primal. Is that why you were killed? Sarah asked softly. Elizabeth laughed, a hollow, sad sound. My death was just part of something bigger. They needed a sacrifice, you know, someone who had already been touched by Cecil's energy. The way I was found, it wasn't just a brutal murder. It was a ritual. Sarah felt a shiver run down her spine as Elizabeth leaned closer, her scent a mix of wilted flowers and wet earth. The symbols are moving faster now, aren't they? The hotel is changing. They're trying to complete what they started in 1947. They who? The gatekeepers, Elizabeth whispered. They're still here, hidden among the guests and staff, watching, waiting. Every death at the Cecil was carefully planned. Every suicide, every accident. Energy to power something much older than this building. The bar began to darken around the edges, like an old photograph fading. Sarah could hear a low humming noise coming from the walls, as if the hotel itself was vibrating at a specific frequency. Elisa Lam, Sarah said suddenly. Her behavior in the elevator, she saw beyond the veil, Elizabeth confirmed. As you are seeing now, Cecil shows his true nature to some, but seeing does not always mean surviving. The bartender had disappeared, and now only Elizabeth and Sarah remained at the bar, which seemed to be dissolving into the shadows. The lights flickered in a pattern that resembled the symbols on the walls. You need to find the book, Elizabeth said urgently, her form beginning to become translucent. In room 704. That's where it all started in 1927. The original records, the actual blueprints of the hotel. But be careful. They already know you're here. And the hotel has its own will. Sarah tried to ask more questions, but her voice died in her throat when she noticed that the bar had completely disappeared. He was back on the spiral staircase, his flashlight revealing only damp concrete walls. He checked his recorder. The tape was completely blank. Quickly climbing the stairs, Sarah found the red door. But when she opened it, she found herself in a different hallway than the one she had used to get there. The walls were older, with dark red wallpaper that she didn't remember seeing before. Checking his cell phone to orient himself, he discovered that there was no signal. The hallway seemed to stretch infinitely in both directions, and the doors had numbers that followed no logical sequence. A sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, the same heavy shuffling he had heard earlier in his room, but now it seemed to be coming from several directions at once, as if multiple people were moving through the hotel's invisible corridors. Sarah needed to find room 704, but first she needed to find out which version of the hotel she was in, because now he understood that Cecil wasn't just a building, it was a living, shifting maze with overlapping layers of reality. And somewhere in that maze, the portal guardians were waiting. The lights began to flicker again, and in the momentary darkness between each flash, Sarah could swear she saw figures wearing long dark robes standing in the corners of the hallway, watching. The hotel was living, breathing around her, and she was trapped in its bowels, searching for a truth that could cost her her life. Sarah advanced down the Cecil's shifting hallway, her flashlight illuminating jumbled numbers on the doors. Elizabeth Short's information about room 704 echoed in her mind as she tried to remain calm. The sound of shuffling footsteps continued to multiply, as if an invisible procession was approaching from all sides. A half-open door caught her attention. 517. The number didn't mean anything special, but something drew her to that room. He slowly pushed the door open, revealing a room that appeared to be in a state of rapid deterioration. The wallpaper peeled off in real time, revealing layers from different decades underneath. In the center of the room, a hunched figure sat in a rocking chair. It was Mr. Thompson, the receptionist, but there was something different about his appearance. His skin had a waxy quality, and his eyes reflected an ancient wisdom that had not been present before. "You're looking in the wrong place, Miss Martinez," he said, his voice sounding deeper and more resonant than before. "Room 704 does not exist at all times. The hotel chooses when to reveal it. Are you one of them? One of the guardians?" Sarah asked, keeping her distance. Thompson smiled, a gesture that distorted his face in an unnatural way. "I'm just an observer. I've been here since the founding of the Cecil. I've seen them all come and go. The guests, the investigators, the curious. I saw Elizabeth Short on her last night. I saw Elisa Lamb discover too much." The room began to change around them. The walls breathed, expanding and contracting like a living organism. The symbols Sarah had seen before danced across the surface, forming complex patterns that made her eyes hurt as she tried to focus on them. "The Tongva knew," Thompson continued. "This place is a nexus, a point where different realities touch. The hotel was built to control this energy, channel it. But some things cannot be controlled eternally." Sarah took out her cell phone, trying to photograph the symbols on the walls, but the images were distorted, as if reality refused to be captured digitally. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you're already too involved to back out. The hotel chose you, just like it chose others before. The question is, will you be another victim, or will you discover the truth?" A distant scream echoed through the halls, followed by the sound of several doors slamming simultaneously. Thompson stood up, his form seeming darker and more undefined. "They're coming. The guardians know you spoke to Elizabeth. They need power to stop you from finding the book." "How do I find room 704? Sarah insisted, feeling like her time was running out. "Follow the prime numbers," Thompson replied cryptically. "The hotel has its own mathematics. The corridors follow a pattern. even when they seem chaotic. But be careful. Some paths lead to places from which there is no return. Sarah heard shuffling footsteps approaching the room. When he turned to the door, he saw shadows moving beneath it, denser and darker than normal shadows. Thompson had disappeared, leaving only the rocking chair that continued to move on its own. Quickly leaving the room, Sarah began to pay attention to the door numbers: 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13. The prime numbers. The hallways seemed to subtly rearrange themselves as she followed the sequence, as if the hotel was responding to her understanding. In his mind, he began to put the pieces of the puzzle together: the Tongva rituals, the calculated deaths, the symbols on the walls. It was all part of a larger pattern. The Cecil wasn't just a portal, it was a living machine designed to channel energy through the layers of reality. A cold wind blew through the hall, bringing with it whispers in an ancient language. Sarah recognized some words from her studies of the Tongva, but the meaning remained unclear. The lights began to flash in a pattern that resembled Morse code. Arriving at an intersection of corridors, Sarah saw 3 possible paths. In each of them, a hooded figure stood motionless. The portal guardians had finally revealed themselves. Their dark robes seemed to absorb the light, and where their faces should have been, there were only deep shadows. The journalist who wants to know too much, a voice reverberated, seeming to come from all directions at once. Don't you understand that some truths need to remain hidden? Sarah took a few steps back, her heart beating fast. The figures didn't move, but she could feel their invisible gazes fixed on her. The air grew thicker, charged with a static energy that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. The book contains dangerous knowledge, another voice pronounced. Knowledge that has cost many lives. Elizabeth Short was just one of many who tried to expose our secrets. The symbols on the walls began to pulse with a light of their own, forming patterns that seemed to point in a specific direction. Sarah realized that the hotel was trying to show her something, an alternative path that the guardians couldn't see. Last chance, the third figure spoke. Leave now, forget what you saw, or join the others who defied the ancient laws. Sarah looked at the pulsing symbols, then at the shadowy figures. I had come too far to give up now. Elizabeth Short had shown him the way. Thompson had given him the clues, and now the hotel itself seemed to be on his side. With a quick movement, Sarah ran towards one of the walls where the symbols glowed most brightly. To his surprise, the wall opened like water, revealing a secret passage. Behind her, she heard the guardians shout in an ancient language, their voices distorted with rage. The passage took her to a new corridor, unlike any other she had seen in the hotel. The walls were bare stone, with the same symbols carved directly into the rock. In front of him, an ancient wooden door bore the number 704 in oxidized bronze. Sarah had found the original room, Cecil's heart. Now she needed to find out what the book contained before the guardians caught up with her. The hotel kept changing around her, temporarily protecting her, but she knew she didn't have much time. Sarah turned the doorknob to room 704, feeling the ancient energy pulse through the metal. The door opened with a deep creak, revealing a circular room lit by black candles that burned with bluish flames. In the center, On a stone pedestal was a book bound in dark leather. The guardian's footsteps echoed closer and closer as she approached the pedestal. The book seemed to vibrate with its own energy, and when Sarah touched it, she felt an electric current run through her body. The pages were made of a material she didn't recognize, thinner than paper, covered in a mixture of tongva, symbols and notes in several languages. The Book of Passages, a familiar voice said from behind her. Elizabeth Short had materialized near the door, her black dress billowing like smoke. The original plans for the Cecil, but not just for the physical hotel, for the paths between, the realities it connects. Sarah began quickly leafing through the book, photographing the pages with her cell phone. The Guardians. Are they the original architects of the hotel? No, Elizabeth replied, her form becoming more solid. They are much older. The hotel was built following your instructions, each room positioned precisely to create a larger pattern. The deaths are not accidents. They are energy coordinates, points of power on Cecil's dimensional map. The walls of room 704 began to reveal their true nature. They were not made of brick or concrete, but of overlapping three-dimensional symbols, pulsing with their own light. Sarah recognized repeating patterns in photographs of the hotel's victims, the position of Elizabeth Short's body, the water tank where Elisa Lamb was found, each alleged suicide in the specific windows. They're trying to open something, Sarah realized, connecting the dots. Each death is part of a larger ritual, fueling what? A tremor shook the hotel, making the candles flicker. A door, Elizabeth replied, her voice thick with urgency. A permanent passage between our world and elsewhere. The Tongva maintained balance, allowing only temporary openings during their rituals. But the Guardians want more. Sarah found a page that showed the hotel in different, overlapping layers of reality, like an impossible anatomy of time and space. The corridors that changed, the doors that led to different places. It was all part of a living, breathing mechanism through the decades. The sound of chanting began to echo off the walls, an ancient harmony that made the air vibrate. They have begun the final ritual, Elizabeth warned. They need one more sacrifice to complete the pattern. That's why they brought you here. How do I stop them? Sarah asked, her mind racing to process all the information. Reverse the flow, a new voice replied. Thompson had appeared on the other side of the room, his form now clearly otherworldly. The book contains the Tongva's original protective symbols. If you can reactivate them. Sarah frantically flipped through the book until she found a page with concentric circular symbols. The Guardians' voices were closer, their chants making the very walls of room 704 pulse in tune. With her hands shaking, Sarah began to draw the symbols on the floor using her own blood, cutting her palm with a piece of metal loose from the pedestal. Elizabeth and Thompson watched in silence, their forms wavering like flames in the wind. The room's doors exploded inwards, revealing the Guardians in their dark robes. The air crackled with ancient energy as they advanced. Their voices joined in a chant that seemed to distort reality itself. But Sarah had completed the circle of protection. The symbols began to glow with a golden light, creating a barrier between her and the Guardians. The entire hotel shook and through the walls, she could see other layers of reality overlapping, glimpses of different eras of the Cecil, all existing simultaneously. "You don't understand what you're doing," one of the guardians roared, his voice reverberating at impossible frequencies. "The portal must be opened. The cycle must be completed." "No," Sarah replied, her voice steady as she held the book. "Cecil is not yours to control. Never was." The protective symbols pulsed more intensely, and Sarah felt the power of the ancient Tongva flow through her. The hotel responded, not to the Guardian's will, but to its true nature as a nexus between worlds. The walls began to reorganize, not in chaos, but returning to a more natural, more balanced pattern. The Guardians screamed in fury as their bodies began to dissolve, sucked in by an invisible force. The ritual they had maintained for decades was being undone, their connections to the hotel unraveling. "The hotel has always been a guardian unto itself," Elizabeth explained, smiling as her form began to stabilize, becoming more real. "They just twisted it for their purposes." Sarah watched in amazement as the Cecil transformed around her. The corridors returned to their original places, the layers of reality settling into a natural balance. The souls trapped in the hotel, Elizabeth, Thompson, everyone else, were no longer trapped in a cycle of terror, but existed as a natural part of the place. When it was all over, Sarah found herself back in her original room, 514. The book was still in her hands, but now it was just a record, no longer a source of power. The hotel had returned to its original purpose, a meeting place between worlds, but one that respected the natural laws of the universe. On her laptop, Sarah began writing her story, not just about the deaths and mysteries, but about the true nature of the Cecil Hotel. Some truths needed to be told, even if the world wasn't ready to fully believe them. And on the walls of the hotel, the symbols still danced softly, but now in peaceful harmony, guarding their secrets for those who were ready to understand them.